Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the July 14th, 2026 Flagler County Planning and Development Board. We got roll call, please, Hannah?
Yes. Anthony Lombardo,
Here.
Michael Goodman, Dan Wilcox, Michael Boyd,
Here.
Ron Long,
Here.
Mark Langelo.
Here.
We do have a full quorum.
Thank you very much. Could everyone please stand and join me for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Number 3 on our agenda is approval of the minutes. Has everyone had a chance to look over the minutes? Do we have any motions?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve. Do we have a second? I'll
Second.
Okay, I think Anthony got that
Got it,
one.
go
my friend.
ahead.
Okay, any other discussion on those minutes?
No.
Nope. We'll move for a vote. All those in favor of the approval of minutes signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Minutes are approved. So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we have a quasi-judicial meeting, and there's a process to that. We ask the audience that you should refrain from clapping, booing, shouts of approval, or disagreement. This is to avoid any potential legal ramification and possible overturning of decision by the courts. A public hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. Also, we have time limits. And tonight, based on the agenda, we'll try to stick with that quite rigidly if we can. The staff has 10-minute presentation for each item. The applicant will have a 15-minute presentation. And again, this is unless the board wants to extend it by a consensus of the board. The public comment is limited to 3 minutes, okay, for each speaker. There's a 5 minutes if you're speaking on behalf of a group. If you're speaking on behalf of a group, but other people will not be able to speak in that group. And then the applicant will have a rebuttal and closing statement limited to 10 minutes. Okay, so at this point in this process, you will, anyone who is going to be either an applicant speaking or someone who would like to speak to the board or on the agenda item, you'll have to be sworn in. So we do this in one big mass all at one time. So at this point, Hannah will do the swearing in. Hannah?
Right. So any applicant who wishes to speak tonight or any member of the public that wishes to comment on any item of the agenda, if you would please stand and raise your right hand.
I'm watching you, so anyone who wants to speak, just stand up and raise your hand. It
Perfect.
doesn't cost anything.
Do you swear that the testimony you're going to give today is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. All right, number 5 on the item is a quasi-judicial. Do we have anyone on the board who has anything to disclose?
No, sir.
Seeing none. This one is a project number 2026-030052, request for a special exception in the MH1 Mobile Home District. And Simone, you're doing this, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Simone Kenny, planner. This item is for a special use for a telecommunications tower in the MH1 Rural Mobile Home District at 2512 Orange Street. The subject property is located within the Daytona North subdivision, but is not part of the Daytona North subdivision plat. The subject property is about 20 acres located along Orange Street with the Bull Creek Drainage Canal directly to the south. The future land use is residential low-density rural estate. The zoning is MH1 Rural Mobile Home. The soils are primarily well-draining. Majority of the property is not located in the flood zone, being in flood zone X, but the northwest corner and the south property line are located within a flood zone, and there are no wetlands on the property. So here we have the submitted site plan. The proposed tower is for a 150-foot tall camouflage monopole located within a 4,900 square feet lease area and enclosed with an 8-foot tall chain link fence as required by the code. Although the current proposed tenant is T-Mobile, the proposed tower is designed to allow for a total of 3 communications providers, allowing for the maximum height of 100 and 50 feet provided by the code. The applicant has provided the proposed lease areas on the site plan along with the signed letter attesting that they would allow other carriers to co-locate on the subject tower. So here we have that proposed lease area, and you can see the three future lease areas for other carriers. And then we have the 150-foot tall monopole designed, camouflaged as a forest pine tower where the antennas are camouflaged by the proposed tree branches. The tower also has a 50-foot break point, meaning that it would collapse in on itself and have a 50-foot fall radius that would lay entirely within the subject property. And here we have the proposed landscape, 5-foot landscape buffer around the perimeter of the lease area. And then going back to the site plan, the lease area would be accessed by a 20-foot access easement located over the existing driveway. The proposed tower location is 306 feet from the east property line, 358 feet from the south property line, 355 feet from the west property line, and 900 feet from the north property line. As provided by our code, towers located within a residential district must be 300 feet away from other properties with a residential use. The applicants have also provided photo simulations showing what the proposed tower would look like from various viewpoints. So on the first image, we have looking down Orange Street, looking west. You can see the, if you can get the mouse, proposed tower just over the tree line. The second image is from Mangrove Street, looking, let me see, south, I believe. The proposed tower will be generally in this area. And then we have the intersection of Logwood Lane and Avocado Boulevard looking east with no view of the tower. And then we have a view from Nutwood Ave looking north. And the tower is here located just above that middle window. The applicants have also provided their own coverage maps. The first image showing what is the current coverage, the second image showing what the new coverage would be with the proposed tower. And finally, our code requires applicants to do a search of other towers located within 2 miles. There are no towers located within 2 miles, but the applicants have extended that search to 3 miles as well. Or, excuse me, they've extended that search to 4 miles. And so there are 3 towers located within that 4-mile search radius. There's one tower owned by STC2 LLC, which is located at 7185 State Road 100 and is 3.06 miles northeast of the subject property. Another tower is owned by Flagler County, and that's located at 245 County Road 305, and that's 3.28 miles northeast from the subject location. And then the third tower is owned by Selco Partnership and is located at 345 County Road 95 and is 2.5 miles southeast from the subject property. The structure does not require registration with the FAA as it's not located within 5 miles of an airport and does not require notification to the FAA as it's less than 200 feet. So again, to summarize, the subject property is 20 plus acres. This request is for a special use approval for a telecommunications tower. The tower itself is a 150-foot tall camouflage monopole with a 50-foot breakpoint and fall radius. It does meet all the special siting criteria of the LDC, does not require notification to the FAA. It has capacity for 3 users with that commitment letter provided, and no public towers are located within 2 miles. Public comments have been received. If they were received prior to the publishing of the agenda, they were included in the published record. If they were received after the publishing of the agenda, they've been forwarded to you and subsequently added to the record. So we have our special use guidelines, our special siting criteria, which is the basis on which you make your determinations. The first asking for the height of the proposed tower. And so our code does allow a maximum height of telecommunications towers located in residential zoning districts to no more than 50 feet in height if constructed for more than 2 users. The code states that the applicant must meet the 2-part test in which they show that they have sufficient capacity within their lease for additional users, and secondly, that they consent in writing for additional carriers. The applicant has done both. And then finally, the application package demonstrates that the tower will be constructed for 3 users with that height not to exceed 150 feet. Criteria 2 talks about the proximity of the tower to residential structures and residential use boundaries, again requiring that 300-foot minimum separation. The closest distance to a residential property to the north is located at 5631 Ironwood Ave, that's 110 feet. The distance to the closest property to the east is 2399 Orange Street, that is 306 feet. The distance to the closest property to the south is 5606 Mango Avenue, that's 368 feet. And the distance to the closest property to the west is 2429 Mangrove Street, and that is 355 Street. Additionally, environmental and health effects related to telecommunication tower siting are not to be considered by a local government in making a determination for a tower. Specifically, U.S. Code 47332 at subpart C7 requires that it's assumed that if a tower otherwise complies with Federal Communication Commission requirements regarding radio frequency emissions, then a local government may not otherwise regulate the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless service facilities on the basis of environmental effects of radio frequency emissions. Criteria 3 asks about the nature of uses on adjacent and nearby properties. The subject parcel is located within the Daytona North subdivision, which is residential, though the property itself is not part of the Daytona North subdivision. And the surrounding properties are used for single-family residential, mobile home residential, or vacant residential uses. Criteria 4 asking about surrounding topography. The subject parcel is relatively flat and is surrounded by parcels that are relatively flat. Directly south is the Bull Creek Drainage Canal. Criteria 5 asking about surrounding tree coverage and foliage. The subject property is about 20 acres and is predominantly covered with pine tree foliage. Number 6 asking about the design of the tower with particular reference to design characteristics that have the effect of reducing or eliminating visual obtrusiveness. This tower, like others previously approved by the board, is described as a self-supporting monopole. As designed, the tower will not be GOID, will be camouflaged as a forest pine tower with antenna mounts disguised as tree branches. Specific FAA lighting requirements are not required, and then those photo simulations depicting the level of obtrusiveness have been included as part of the application package. Number 7, asking about proposed ingress and egress. Again, the tower is proposed to be located in a lease area in the center of the property, and the applicant's lease will include a 20-foot wide ingress access easement over the site's existing driveway access to Orange Street. And then finally, number 8, asking about the availability of suitable existing towers and other structures. And then as provided by the applicant, there are currently no towers located within 2 miles of the subject property, and those were discussed previously. So your options as the board, remembering that you are a recommending body to the Board of County Commissioners, may recommend approval of Project 2026040066, finding that the special siting criteria as listed in the code have been met, and therefore approve the special use for a telecommunications tower at 2512 Orange Street. Or you can find that the special siting criteria as listed have not been met, and therefore recommend denial. If you do make a decision to recommend denial, we would ask that you call out the specific criteria not met, or you can continue the request to a time and date certain if you determine that you need more information. I did want to note, though, that per Florida statutes, applications that are not, decided within 90 days, not approved, but decided within 90 days of submission shall be deemed automatically approved again, per Florida statute. So there is a time concern on this one. And then should you opt to recommend approval of the special request, you can impose additional conditions. With that, I will close out, awaiting any questions or comments from the board, and submit the report for the record.
Thank you very much, Simone. Does anyone on the board have any questions for staff?
Simone, could you put the image up that shows the other telecommunication towers? So the yellow pins are the others, correct?
Yes,
They're all they look to be all on ag properties.
that's correct.
And for the ag properties, the ones, do they have to get a special use?
Yes, so telecommunication towers as a special use can be approved in any zoning district, but regardless of where it is, it has to go through this special use application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Anyone else have any questions for staff?
Chair, I've got one. Do we know what the overlap is on these? I know we said that the look was within 2 miles of the current one to see if there are any other towers within that area. And then if you go out to the 4 miles, that's when these all start to pin in like this. Do we know what the overlap, or will someone be able to tell us how these towers overlap with each other? Coverage-wise?
That would be sort of covered by the coverage map provided by the applicant, unless they have additional information regarding that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, anyone have any other questions? Seeing none. At this point, this is the applicant's presentation. Is the applicant here? Would you like to make a presentation, whoever Could you step up to the microphone? Please identify yourself.
My name is Rob Schmidt with Gulfstream Towers.
Thank you, Rob. Would you like to make any additional presentation?
No, sir, you guys have pretty much covered our submittal completely. So if anybody has any questions, though, I'll be happy to answer anything.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone have any questions for Rob from Gulfstream?
I guess I'd like to know if you guys reached out to any other parcels that weren't sitting in the middle of a residential community for a location for your tower.
The reason the tower is located...
Rob, could you get a little closer to the microphone, please?
Yes, sir. The reason the tower is located where it is to provide coverage for the community. So if we locate it anywhere else, you can already see where there's no color with the green and the orange in between. Those are areas that are going to have weak coverage. So if we move the tower out, your areas of non-coverage will just grow. So what we're trying to do is cover the area with one tower versus 2 or 3 towers.
Okay.
Anyone else have any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, sir. At this point, we're going to open it up for public comments. Please step forward now, identify yourself. Remember, you have 3 minutes. Anyone like to make any comments? Oh, I see one. Okay, about ready to close it. Please identify yourself.
I'm sorry?
Please identify yourself and where you live. You don't have to say the street address, just where you live.
I'm Cindy Rayson. I am a direct neighbor of Kevin Ferguson, the one who wants to have the tower.
Thank you.
Okay, so I reside at 2560 Orange Street. I'm one lot away from the proposed tower location. I'm completely against it. When I purchased my property in 2020, my retirement till the end of my lifetime, I did my research on the area to see what future plans were for the immediate area. No cell towers were allowed per zoning regulation. Now I'm faced with my direct neighbor, Kevin Ferguson, asking permission to have a cell tower placed right next door to my new home. I have paperwork stating from the realtor's standpoint, the value of my home diminishes by 20%. 94% of people do not want to buy a home near or on having a cell tower on their property. So not only does my property investment diminish, how about my health risks? I know y'all don't want to hear about that, But the cellular stress, the headaches, the sleep issues, memory deficit, and the impact to the nervous system. Did you know it's much worse for children and their brains and organs still growing? The RF is absorbed deep into their brain and body. And I know the World Health Organization, the American Cancer Society, and the CDC all say we are safe from cell towers. But are we really? Do we even trust those organizations after the COVID and the COVID vaccine debacle? What about the wildlife ramifications? The wildlife leaves the area. The birds, the insects, the bees, they all leave. Without insects, my garden will not grow. We all know how important it is to grow your own food nowadays. Did you know those animals will die that don't choose to leave? We have gopher tortoises on both sides of the property. They are a protected species. What are you going to do about that? Did you know a ham radio operator, when they set up a station, they do radio frequency safety assessments required by law? Most of their frequencies are completely harmless in comparison to cell towers. Cell towers are directional, so they can improve in one direction, then the tech moves it for a few degrees to improve coverage, and now placing people in radiation harm. So we need radio frequency safety assessments on all towers, constantly. We do not need a cell tower in our neighborhood next to where we live. Schools don't allow them close. This tower is not a necessity. It's completely for financial gain for both Kevin Ferguson as, well, I sent you guys a thing of a voicemail that he had called. Did you guys receive that and you read it? Okay, so heard from his voicemail and T-Mobile. I'm not against cell towers. I'm against having them in our neighborhoods. Placement is key. We have towers on 305, 206, and 304. If they want more, they definitely need a different location. Zoning chose to not allow cell towers, and I'm asking you to stand by that decision. We, the people, are putting our trust in you. Please don't let us down.
All right, thank you very much. Does anyone else like to come forward and speak? Do so now. Yep, sir. Yep. It's okay. I see you.
Yeah, John Rayson. I live at 2560 Orange Street also. Put my life savings in this house. I wouldn't have bought it if the tower was there. And I want to ask any of you, would you buy a house with a tower in your yard? I want to put one in your yard. You're going to want it? Each and every you want it. Would you want it in your yard?
Mr. Rayson,
Would you
have
want
to-
it? Could you
Sir,
answer
sir,
that? Okay.
please address your comments to me.
Well, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
I know you all don't want it, and I don't. So I'm going to leave it there. I ain't going to stretch this on.
Thank you, sir. Sir?
Yes, I'm right next door to Cindy and John.
And you are,
I
sir?
have the open lot. My name is Andre Zaka. I purchased that property right next door to Mr. Ferguson's and in between Rayson's and there. I've just after research and kind of going, I bought this as an investment back in 2006. And all the things, I don't know, they kind of took over my rodeo here, but everything that they had brought up is the same. RF wasn't my biggest concern. I looked it over, It's bad, but who's gonna prove it is basically what that boils down to. But I don't know how they just pick a spot right in the middle of a neighborhood and how you just put a tower up and just decide. And there's what? There's plans for 3 more on the same piece of property? Is that what I understood?
No, there would be 3 additional providers on the same tower.
Okay, all right. So, well, we could put one up and rent a tower then. That pretty much covered everything, everything that I had to say. So thank you, and I wish you'd reconsider it, not to do it. I wouldn't like to see it there because I don't see making anything. I'm not a prophet. I've been offered $1,000 from $2,000 to $28,000 for that piece of property. Every little company wants to come along and buy it. If I don't move in it myself, I'd want it for, somebody that would enjoy the bigger lots, more property, wildlife and such. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? All right, seeing no one else come forward, I close public comment, and you got to get them. All right, we'll open it up for you, but
Hi, my name's Bonnie Turner, and I'm a direct neighbor of Kevin Ferguson. Matter of fact, we're good friends. and I understand where he's coming from, but now I had T-Mobile service living where I live. I'm at 5723 Logwood. It butts right into his back of his property, across that little canal. Now, they pretty much covered, I have concerns. But another concern that no one's brought up is the umbrella effect. That for 3.5 football field lengths near a cell phone tower, the people don't have service. It's umbrellaed and it shoots it a specific type of way that you don't get service. They call it a null zone. So we will not only be putting up with a tower, we won't have service. And I had T-Mobile for over a year when they merged with Sprint. And I had no service. I get where they're coming from. You're just phone sets and buffers, so you have no battery. But I moved on and found a service that does work great back there. Don't have any problems and haven't in the last 3 years. And I really appreciate it because I don't want to be in an umbrella zone, to where I don't have any service. Been there, and it really stinks. If my husband has another heart attack, I'm not going to get a hold of anybody. Everybody already ditched their house phones, So consider that. 3.5 football field lengths, that's 1,300 and almost 50 whatever feet are under that umbrella. And my letter says I'm within 300 feet of it. So I'd really rather not go there. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anyone else wish to speak? Come on forward. Just to expedite it, if you guys are ready, just go ahead and you can stand up right behind him and we won't miss you. Go ahead.
Giovanni D'Alessandro. I'm the owner at 2147 Avocado Boulevard. I set up here a few months ago to get a variance approved on my 8-foot fence. I built my house out there on the corner of Ironwood and Avocado, and I built my house for a forever home to raise my family out there, and I had no intentions or no, of this ever happening out there. We don't need a cell phone tower out there, you guys. I have Verizon on both my phones. I got coverage. If people don't got good coverage out there, they need to get a different carrier, in my opinion. For this guy's financial gain to put this tower on his property, to lower the value of all of our homes, and we have to see that tower out there, I don't agree on you guys should approve it. And whatever she said, I agree to everything what she has to say. There's health concerns with it. It's just an eyesore. I know you guys want to camouflage in the woods and stuff like that, but we all live out there for a reason. We don't live out there to have towers out there. That's why we don't live in the city limit. We live out there to do, to live how we want to live. I just don't feel it should be put dead center of our neighborhood. It's going to directly affect everyone around us, just for someone's financial gain, And that's all I have to say. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. Please identify yourself in the microphone and where you live.
My name is Tammy Novak. I'm new to the Mondex 2 years, and although I do sympathize with everything that you're saying, I've been with T-Mobile for 20 years. I lived on a mountain in Georgia, had T-Mobile up there, had the little box. It was fabulous. I'm for the cell tower, and I apologize because I do sympathize with you. If I had the acreage, I would have the cell tower on my property, and that's just the hard truth. I live on Spruce, and if I had an emergency, because I have Spectrum, who sucks, it's down all the time. If I had an emergency, I would have to drive to Butternut, and this is the truth. My phone don't work. Even though I have T-Mobile, and I love T-Mobile, it doesn't work. When Spectrum goes down, I'm screwed. I've got to drive to Butternut to make a phone call. If my house was on fire, I'm done. If my husband has a heart attack, if I have a heart attack, if my animals are dying, I got to jump in my car and I've got to go down the street and call 911 because I cannot do it from my phone. I can't even call Spectrum to find out why they're down all the stinking time. The wind blows and they're down. So I'm all for it. I really am, and I apologize again. I'm sorry you're getting the slack and the bullshit that you're getting, but I would do it, and that's all I got to say. And I'm not popular, by the way, in the Mondex, and I really won't be after today. But thanks for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name's Lisa Moyer, and I'm not even near that area, but I have done research after research after research of the radiation that they produce. I get honey out there. My own honey keeper, his bees have literally decreased by 50%. And this is the way in times, if we don't have bees, we don't have nothing. And my hummingbirds, I see 4 or 5 a day. There is something going on with our environment. And our tower guys, I'm gonna call them out. I have T-Mobile too, but I also have the Starlink link, and I have the same problem. You can't call, and Spectrum sucks out there, that's for sure. And they've monopolized the whole area. That's another thing. If T-Mobile wants to make some money, maybe they need to get their fiber optics right out there too. I resolved my issue. I went to Starlink. I get wonderful service on my phone. I get wonderful service on my TV. And guess what? It's half the cost of Spectrum. So everybody that complains that they can't get it, it's half the price of Spectrum. Do I need to repeat that again? And it's satellite. Why is not these people with all these radioactive towers, why aren't they going to satellite? I need to know that answer. And Mr. T-Mobile that I have service with, I know it's available. You guys have it. They're the only mobile carriers that carry Starlink. That's what they sell it on. So why aren't they using satellite? So that's my opinion. I'm glad I'm voicing it. And by the way, I'm not even in a good area with this tower. I live way out by Water Oak, so. Anyways, thank you. I'm glad you're hearing me, and I really hope this world becomes a better place, because right now, we're all in big trouble.
Thank you. And we are not advertising any particular carrier here, folks, tonight. Ma'am, go ahead, identify yourself and where you live.
Yes, I'm Darcy Hale. I live on Forest Park in the Mondex.
Sure.
And I moved out there with my husband to start a business in 2020, just about almost 6 years. And that's why we moved out there, to get away from this technology, to get away from these cell towers, because I know there's more to it than just the mobile telephone services. They put off tons of radiation that do affect their health. She was right with her stats. A lot of us have done a lot of research on the negative side effects of these 5G towers, which will become 6G. And that's the main reason why we moved out, away from all that technology of the city life, from Daytona, Ormond, all over, to be out in the country away from that type of technology. We don't need it. We can use the Starlink if we have to. And Cindy's done her research. I agree with everything she said, especially on the health aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, seeing nobody else come forward, I'm going to close public comment, and I'll bring it back to the applicant. Sir, if you'd like to make any rebuttal to any of the remarks you heard tonight, feel free to step forward. No, it's signified by saying he does not want to. Okay, at this point, it's now to the board. Does anyone have any questions for staff, or do we have any discussion at this point?
Chair, I have one question for staff. Someone mentioned that what changed that those towers weren't allowed out there and now they are? Is that, no? Okay.
No, there's been no change in our code.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I did take some notes. That was my first notes that.
I read it. I saw it right there.
That, ma'am, excuse me, we have to keep this, you had your point, and thank you. So one of the questions was asked was about the cell towers not being allowed, and now they are. That, in fact, as the staff just said, is not. Cell towers have been allowed with a special exception, which is this process tonight. We heard several people tonight talk about health concerns that was brought up. I do want to remind all our board members that, as staff reminded us, per the federal statutes, we are not allowed to consider, whether we like it or not, we're not allowed to consider health concerns in the decision whether or not you can locate a tower somewhere. So while they may have very good concerns, you have to talk to your federal representative and congressman about those laws. So we literally cannot affect that. There was a discussion about the umbrella effect, and I was hoping that the cell phone gentleman from Gulfstream would explain that, if that in fact, how that is happening, but we did not get that. Property values. We hear this a lot of times where people have property value concerns, and I'll just tell you now it's after the fact, but whenever somebody brings that up, the first thing you're going to do, you need to prove that. Everyone says my property values will sink, and generally they don't. If you bring in an appraiser, or you can show some actual recorded instruments that show that property values go down, it's a legitimate concern. We had one person was actually concerned about not having coverage for her 911 service, and another person was concerned that they moved, a few people, they moved to the area to get away from cell phone towers and technology. Part of that act that the staff read in the beginning that the state did was to institute a law that allows these placements of towers in all zoning because they're trying to get coverage for 911. It's actually, I think it's called the 911 Emergency Act, which has some regulations on both sides, and that one is why these towers are located all over the place so that there is full coverage for everybody. So anyway, that was just to rebuttal, I mean, not rebuttal, but basically rehash what we heard tonight. Do we have any comments or? Yes, Mike.
I live out in the country, and I have 2 cell towers within a quarter of a mile of my house. And I have another one within a mile of my house. And for me, it's hard not to consider the health issues with a cell tower, even though I know we're not supposed to do that, but it's hard to not consider that. I really don't see the need. There's plenty of agricultural property out there that where there's not subdivisions, there's not a subdivision with a lot of houses that these cell towers could be placed in. For those reasons, I really couldn't support the cell tower where they're asking for it.
Thank you, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I heard them, I think it was the representative from the cell tower people say that they could do the same thing, but it just cost them a few more dollars because they could put cell tower, instead of the 1 cell tower, they could put 2 or 3, and that way they wouldn't be in the middle of a residential area. So at this point, it's, is it fair to the people in the community, or is it just all about the bottom, the almighty buck? So I feel that they could do it in a different way because he said it was possible.
Tim, are you on? No, get closer maybe?
Closer to you.
You might be there now, Tim.
Get the mic in your face. Bring the mic up to you.
That good? Yeah. Simone, can you go back to the coverage map? If I understand that graphic, the image over on the right-hand side of that screen shows the coverage of this new tower. It appears to me that that coverage area is the neighborhood where all these folks live, and it doesn't go much beyond that. If that's what they're proposing, but these people don't want it in their neighborhood, then why would we even do it? So that's my comment.
Thank you. Any other?
I just want to add, I live out west also. When I moved out there about 12 years ago, we had to go through several different cell phone carriers. It's just what happens out there. And I too have Starlink, and it is a wonderful service to help cover all that. And I guess with that being an option, is this really such a 911 emergency need if there are other options? I don't see it as that big of a need.
Anyone else? Okay, do we have any motions?
I'm gonna make a motion
Okay.
to deny the application.
Hold on. If you make the motion, please cite.
I don't feel the location is consistent with the others in the area. I think it could be located in a better spot.
Simone?
I'll second the motion.
That one is a little bit vague. I don't want to guide you one way or another, but it sounds like you're somewhere in between criteria number 8, which is the availability of suitable existing towers or other structures, or number 3, which is the nature of uses on adjacent and nearby properties. So I would recommend that
Yeah,
you
we need
pick
to
one
have-
or either or both.
We need to have a specific finding.
I would say both.
Okay, criteria 3 and 8.
Yeah.
Mike, do you agree with that? Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to deny based on number 3 of the criteria and number 8, and a second.
I'll second it.
We already have a second.
All right.
Well, you could be a third if you'd like.
Yeah, third, yeah.
Okay, do we have any other discussion on the matter? Seeing no other discussion, Hannah?
Yes, so the motion on the floor is to recommend denial. Anthony Lombardo?
Yay.
Dan Wilcox?
Nay.
Michael Goodman? Ron Long?
Nay.
Timothy Connor?
I support the motion. Is that an aye?
That is.
Yeah, so you're
Oh,
opposed.
wait, I'm sorry, then I need to be, I'm sorry.
You're a yay if you
I'm a
want.
yay that I support that, okay, yeah, I got messed up.
Okay.
All right.
So the motion on the
Let's-
floor is to
let's-
recommend denial. I'll start
Denial,
over.
yes.
Let's redo
Okay.
the vote,
Yes.
Hannah,
Please.
from the beginning.
Okay, so you say yay if you support the motion to recommend denial. Anthony Lombardo?
Yay.
Dan Wilcox?
Nay.
Michael Goodman? Ron Long?
Yay.
Timothy Connor?
Yes.
Michael Boyd?
Yay.
And Mark Langella?
Yay.
The motion to recommend denial does carry 6-1.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda, let me get to that part of the program tonight, is number 6. This is quasi-judicial as well. Does anyone have any quasi-judicial disclosures they'd like to make? Seeing none, this is project number 2026-01-0083. And Simone, are you doing this one as well?
Chuck is going to handle this one.
And just for a second, Chuck. Hey, Tim, could you check your mic, get closer to it and see if it works? Just bring it close to you. Yeah, it works.
You're good.
Yeah, you just got to get closer to it.
Am I back on?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
okay. You have to leave.
Chairman, members of the board,
Thank you.
Chuck Miranda, Interim Growth Management Director. This project is a PUD amendment, Plan Unit Development Amendment, for a project, let me get the location up. It is east of I-95 and west of Old Kings Road. This project has been around for a while. It was the Eagle Lakes project, began probably 20 years ago. We had a modification of the agreement in 2014, and we had another modification in 2022. Currently, the project has a maximum of 1,200 single-family units. It's been split up between the northerly lands and the southerly lands. 425 units in the northern lands known as Radiance, 775 on the southerly lands known as Crestwood, which is age restricted. This amendment does not increase the number of units, nor does it increase the size of the project, the lot sizes, or does it modify uses. It does none of those. This is Radiance. This is the plan for the northern property. The way it exists now, the infrastructure for the northern property is in place. What I mean by that is the roads and utilities, sidewalks. And we have a final plat that has been submitted. I believe it will be recorded probably in the next week.
And so this project is going to begin home building very shortly. The southern property, Crestwind, also has the infrastructure in place. The final plat is pending. And one of the issues here is it requires the traffic circle prior to final plat approval. And that's one of the things that they want modified in this agreement. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit. Here's the changes. Most of them are minor, such as the new school board language for the age restriction on Crestwind. And that eliminates the school impact fees in a certain way, which the school board requires. In section 3.1B, the traffic study was, a new traffic study was made to reflect the actual impacts of the traffic. And what this, and we have their traffic consultant here today, she can explain maybe better, but it actually it does not warrant the roundabout. Before it was kind of a voluntary requirement that they made. And what the benefit to the county is, we were gonna pay impact fee credits for this roundabout. And now we can use the transportation impact fees to improve the capacity of Old Kings Road, which is dearly needed. It's on our plan. In this way, we're going to get impact fees from the residential units in this subdivision, and they will not be credited toward a roundabout that's not needed. And that's the big change. Also, they're modifying the language to increase the number of sales trailers and model homes, which is typical in this environment. They're going to have more than one contractor in there. Each of them is going to probably want a model home. So it's a minor increase in the numbers of mostly model homes. And there's a minor amendment to use the southern entrance as a construction entrance until the permanent one is constructed. Also, we have a little bit of modification in the amenity center to remove the timing. So they're going to be built, but not before the homes are, which is common nowadays also. There's a little bit of landscape screening that's going to be modified, and the developer can talk about that too. Not a major amendment either. Get to the next page. Hold on. Okay, here we go. So this is another one where they want to modify the setbacks for side entries from 20 feet to 15 feet, it's just in the certain width lots. So that's A. B, they want to reduce the minimum rear setback from 20 feet to 10 feet on certain lots also, and they want to increase the impervious coverage from 50, 60, and 65 to 75, which is common with the larger homes nowadays. And we looked into the water management requirements, and they did do a modification with the water management district, which allows the 75% impervious on their stormwater plan. So that all checks out. So as I said before, the current PUD was recorded in 2022, approved and recorded. The whole project is a little over 600 acres. And this amendment amends the PUD agreement to address changing market needs and address updated traffic study, as we talked about, and to add dimensional requirements, and also the amenity center amendment. We have received no public comments for this project. So you have some decisions here. The one is to approve it as is. We gave you an option, approve with conditions that we recommend. And what this is going to do is add definite language which triggers the turning lanes provided by the traffic study, right out of the traffic study. So we're going to have a northbound right lane turn on Old Kings Road, added prior to the 388th CO, and the southbound lane, turning lane will be required on the 775th CO, which is right out of the traffic study. The other option is deny or continue the application. With that, I put this in the record. We have the applicant's attorney here. We also have the applicant's traffic engineer and the applicant's site engineer for questions I believe they have a presentation.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank
Does anyone on the board have any questions for staff? Mr. Connor?
Yeah, I have a couple. Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah, okay. So as to the impact of the traffic credits, can you be more detailed in how that works?
Yes.
So they're going to continue, they're going to pay the impact fees, and the county's going to get to keep that money and not credit them anything for either of the turn lanes they built.
That's correct.
Because they're not going to have to do the roundabout.
The roundabout is a capacity improvement which can be paid for by impact fees.
Okay.
The original agreement, they would have been credited for that improvement, and it would have took every penny of the impact fees paid by the single family.
And how much money are we talking about?
We would have, I have to add it in my head, I believe it's
Round number.
a couple $1,000s per unit for traffic, and it's going up.
Couple of $1,000 over 1,000 units?
Over, yeah. So it's a good sum of money that we would not have got to improve Old Kings Road.
We get to use that for improving Old Kings Road
That's
now.
correct. In that,
Okay.
so the turning lanes don't count, they're not capacity, it's for the project. So they won't get credit for that, but they would have for the roundabout the same as they would have for a signal. So in fact, a signal was not warranted either. So in this case, we can use the impact fees to pay for improvements to the capacity of Old Kings Road. We all know, like I said, that is on the list. I believe it's on the 5 or 10-year list. And now we can have some seed money so we can get grants with the matching amount we're going to get from impact fees.
Do we have a budget control to make sure that that money is dedicated?
It is dedicated in that area. There's impact fee areas, as Mr. Langella knows, and it will be used for that area because that's one of the only roads we have in that area that needs improvements.
Okay, thank you.
You were reading my mind, Chuck. We have some other questions for you.
Yeah, I have one question, Chuck, and I live down on Old Kings Road, as you know, so I travel that all the time, and it does need improvement really bad. Can you touch on the northbound and southbound turn lanes again? I kind of missed that. I read it earlier, and I thought I understood it, but...
I'm going to let the traffic engineer come up also, but it was part of the conclusion of the traffic memorandum that turning lanes would be required at a certain percentage of homes, which calculated to be 50%, I believe. And 100%.
So they're not going in immediately?
They will go in at the trigger points that the traffic study concluded.
Okay. And we know what those are?
Yeah, it's the 388th CO
Okay.
for the northbound right turn, in the 775th CO for the...
I do believe that is a typo on my part. That would be a northbound left turn lane.
Yes.
And a southbound
All right,
right
that's
turn
where
lane.
That was my question.
That's where I was getting a little
Thank you so much.
confused. All right.
So they could build it before, and they may. You know, if they're mobilized, they may build it before, but it's guaranteed to be built at those trigger points.
What they've done on John Anderson Highway with Veranda Bay,
Right.
and it's worked out real well.
Right.
Where they phased it in.
Yeah.
So
Thank
we,
you.
and just with that, we also have, Palm Coast also has projects going on Old Kings. Unfortunately, we don't get impact fees from them. We're working on it. So that is also going to impact the capacity of the roadway. So we need all the money we can get from our projects for Old Kings Road.
Any other questions for
Thank you, Chuck. Nope, I'm good.
Chuck? I have a question for you.
Uh-oh.
I know. You're just hoping that I wouldn't ask you a question.
I love your questions. Shoot away.
So you said earlier that by the traffic study, the red light is not warranted.
That's correct.
Okay. If in the future there is a red light warranted because a new study or the county determines this is a safety measure, who will pay for that?
Okay. So there's some history in this. And we need to get with the municipalities to have either a prop share program installed or a thoroughfare impact fee. Palm Coast has the remaining jurisdiction, especially to the north.
Right.
And that's the Shira property. It's been in talks for about 20 years, and that is a huge project that could be happening. So we're in the works with Palm Coast trying to negotiate with them to provide some type of impact fees for our roadways.
On impact, this is
Transportation.
prop share on their impact fees?
Yeah, I know
Okay.
Volusia County has that program
So
in
there
place.
would not be a future burden on the developer if this is required?
No, it would be on future impacts by other properties on that road.
Okay.
And that's my take on this. And like I said, we're working to provide impact fees from other jurisdictions for our roadways.
And then one other question, just a matter of business. So the idea that you will not give a CO once that trigger is made until the road is complete, correct?
The turning lanes are in
Are
place.
complete.
Yeah, that's correct.
So they can still pull permits, they can still build things, but until the county, I guess, is the one who will probably determine that is complete or substantially complete, then the COs will be held back.
Yeah, but we've done this before in projects. It
Okay.
usually works out. They're usually way ahead of the game. They don't want houses
No,
to sit without COs.
no, they don't wanna sit
That's
on
bad for
those homes.
business. So
Yep.
we've had this before. It works out. And this is not a real hard ask for anybody.
And is there a spec that they have to follow for that? And is that
For the
called out?
roadway?
Yeah.
It would be mostly, we follow DOT.
Well, yeah, but it would, like, is this going to be curb and gutter? Is this,
Yeah,
you know?
it will be, it will
Do
be.
you have a
curb and gutter.
spec that you're
Yes, we
going
do.
to
Yes, we do.
throw into that? Okay.
They will design it by a licensed engineer. We will review it for the design, the width, the lengths, the queue, all that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, no other questions, I'm assuming? At this point, does the applicant wish to come forward? Please identify yourself. You have 30 seconds, go.
Oh, goodness. Good evening, Joey Posey, 420 South Nova, Daytona Beach, attorney for the applicant. And I think Chuck summarized pretty well a lot of what our changes are, but I will try to be brief and highlight a couple things that I think would be helpful to just understanding fully the amendment. As he pointed out, the history, this is a project long in the making. 20 years or so, and it's evolved in some form. And as you go through these projects, it's a function of design and tweaking. And as you get to that subdivision stage and looking in your crystal ball 20 years, it's a little hard to tell that what the conditions are going to be. And I think that's part of why what we're asking for today is it's come to fruition. That it's those tweaks that will make the project better rather than assuming that when we were looking at this in the past that we were omnipotent and we knew exactly what the program should be for this project. So I think it's important to note that it's refinements. We're not expanding the project. It's the same entitlements. It's not changing in that regard. And as Chuck had pointed out, it does have age-restricted language in the PUD already as part of, I think, making it abundantly clear. We just echoed the language more directly with the school board, and it's always been an age-restricted community, so that's an easy change. Tying the traffic improvements to the actual impacts, and especially, as Chuck indicated, giving the money to the county to use in ways that can result in other public benefits, that's a huge plus. And I think a huge win-win from both sides to avoid an improvement that may not necessarily be wanted, and also being able to utilize that money in the best way the county sees fit. And it's approximately $2 million in impact fees over time, so it's a huge sum of money. The clarification for the separate communities, as he indicated, it's builder-driven. There's going to be a number of builders out there. The reworking of the landscape buffer, which is actually adding more vegetation. And it's just a retweaking of how the design lays out and the flexibility on the lot layout, because we're trying to encourage, a much, I wouldn't say grand, but a quality home which has the incorporated lanais and fire pits potentially, or a nice pool area. So it's an upscale drive, and that's what's driving the the triggers on the lot layout. So we're not changing the project profile and how it lays out. The change that Chuck had pointed out with the impervious is only specific to the lots. It doesn't modify the project's overall impervious, so that's not changing. So it's apples to apples in that regard. It's just on the lots. It's making it a little more flexible to get those a little higher quality homes because you have the extra flexibility for it. And again, just reiterating the same things. Just speaking quickly to traffic, it's exactly the summary of the conversation with the turn lanes and the triggers. It comes right from the traffic analysis, and I think that part of why we maybe didn't anticipate where this was going is that at the zoning stage initially, you do these studies and you're projecting at a zoning level. Well, once we got to the subdivision level and we're doing these more detailed analysis and asking those maybe more directly impactful questions with the analysis, that's when we realize that, okay, well, if we're going to do a roundabout, it doesn't seem desirable, but two, it's an exponential cost that could be better use that money elsewhere when you can still accomplish the same safety with turn lanes and also capacity improvements like Chuck had identified and have a much better situation on Old Kings. And we're not avoiding the impact. It's the same monies that would otherwise be required, and the same thing would be true of a traffic signal, that we would be entitled to credit for the capacity creation. So, I think that's better to have the county in the driver's seat with the money to figure out what's best for the county versus doing an improvement and then maybe having a buyer's remorse on what we just construct out there after the fact. Again, it's not supported by the current analysis. It's roughly $2 million in impact fees if you look at your current rate schedule. And it aligns, I think, better with community needs. The other part to this is like I had mentioned, the impervious coverage. So, it's only specific to the lots. It's really to enhance those lots, to try to drive a better product onto those lots. And it's not otherwise increase in density or trying to diminish any other quality of the project. So in my opinion, that's a big plus. That's something that's positive. And it's something that's desirable. And just to give you a sense of something we were looking at, working with the builders out there, this would be just a quick example of, and also you can see how far along with the project, this thing is it's moving. So. Trying to get those higher quality homes out there and really drive a very quality project out there is what we're trying to get to. It's the same, same in terms of the project design in that regard. And then quickly talking about the landscaping, just to give you that the cross section there at the top right is the cross section being proposed at where you have identified the AA. Currently, BB is the one directly to the right of that. That's existing, that's already been constructed and designed. So, to create that, better natural flow, replace and making a better streetscape for the project. It'd be better to enhance it with vegetation and also to retain the wall part of this and just create a better project from a street view and also from a residence point of view, because the retaining wall is a cost that's passed along through HOAs. It's a substantial maintenance responsibility to pass that along to the residents too. So finding a way to get something better and making it more feasible for the folks that are going to live out there, I think is a better result for everybody. It still requires the same opacity minimums. It's much more attractive in the long term as it grows and matures. And then the amenities, as I think Chuck had alluded to, that it's the same problem you run into if you construct the amenities too quick and houses are not out there. Well, somebody's got to pay for that. And that just means that the residents that are there are going to be disproportionately burdened with the cost of that, and they will be underutilized. So it makes sense to program the amenities as the project comes online. And like I think Chuck had indicated too, there's no avoidance of those responsibilities. They're still going to be constructed. It's just the way the timing trigger read is that the initial plat and the initial phase brings everything online, and you're going to have infrastructure just sitting there. Other than that, it's the major highlights are, again, it's not an increase in density. We're not expanding the project. There's no new land use. It's the same project that was initially approved. It's arguably less burdensome, given that the county has now flexibility with those traffic impact fees and the clarity with the age-restricted community. And we appreciate staff's recommendation. We're supportive, too, of staff's condition also, just to put that on the record. So if the amendment moves forward with the conditional approval, we have no problem with that. And other than that, project team is here. We have one of the folks that's directly involved with the project managing it here. We have this project engineer, the traffic engineer. So if there's any specific questions that you guys are curious about, that's really the sum of the request.
Okay, sir.
Did you? Oh, Eric's got one more thing for you. Sorry.
Eric Morissette with Coulter. I see some faces I recognize and some new faces. And this, as Joey alluded to, we've been here a long time. And we're excited about it. I think we're really impressed with how the ponds are turning out. They're really looking blue with nice sand bottoms, and it's going to be a great community. You know, when we started the roundabout conversation, there was a lot of opposition in the community against it. And we really left it to the board. Tell us what you want, roundabout, traffic signal, whatever is warranted by the traffic study. At that time, we had no idea what it was going to cost. Of course, inflation's probably hit us really hard in the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, construction has just exploded on cost. So numbers started coming back in at, you know, near $2 million, which is all of the impact fees, nothing left over. We didn't feel in good conscience we had to stop. We had to come in, bring it back to you guys. We didn't feel like it was a responsible way to spend the money. We'll leave it to you guys to decide. But one of the items I think has been missed is if we were to build the roundabout and if we are to put it in, we end up landscaping, curbing the perimeter, only to be ripped up when this thing gets 4-laned in the future. And so that was another thing, a good conscience. We knew part of this was going to get ripped up and have to get more money spent to expand it. Just didn't make a lot of sense. So happy to answer any other questions, but I wanted to add to that.
All right, thank you very much. I think you went over your 30 seconds, by the way. No, I'm only kidding you. Does anyone on the board have any questions? Anthony?
I got one, maybe two. Can you touch on the timing trigger for the amenities? I understand the, scaling it to, residents.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a CO number in mind that you're going to trigger those amenities on?
Well, the way we initially had proposed it, and I think conceptually we were looking at it, is most of the amenities would come online initially. It's the bigger cost and the bigger, user impact is the fitness center. So that one would be towards the end of the project, and as those more residents come online to support that. So we didn't really necessarily pick a definite number, but I think we're willing to listen if.
I thought we committed to that.
We didn't.
Phase one?
Not necessarily, not yet, but if you want to do that.
So section 6, what do we got here? Well, section 6 or 412B, is that what it is? Mm-hmm. All right, so 412B, number 2, we speak to the southern land amenities. That's really the one that, for us, it's the larger community and the ones that, unfortunately, active adults, it's just going to be a little bit slower pace. Less people buying houses, right? It's a different demographic, compressed. And so, especially with that amenity package and that lifestyle, it's going to be a phased type project. So within the phase 1 of the project, we will have the pool, 6,000 square feet of clubhouse, and more than likely some pickleball, so there'll be stuff. And then as we get into future phases, there'll be a wing that is for fitness, and there's another wing that's for social. But for the first phase of the project, it's going to take 18 months to build from start. Usually start after the models and sales are up, but so I don't know what the time frame is, but the original language in here had 18 months to complete the whole thing from plat approval, and that was pretty tight to try to get at what is the whole thing. Right. So, you know, we can commit to, you know, getting the clubhouse, the pool, and some pickleball in. So there is something for the resident. I know that's a concern, right? That
Absolutely.
we make promises, sell houses, and then don't build it.
Sure.
So, yeah, we could agree to a timeline that we could start construction within 6 months of 9 months of final plat and 18 months to construct. We could do something like that if there's a concern. We could work with staff to clean that up for the board.
Yeah, I think something like that should be written in there.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we could do it.
Any other questions?
No other questions, but I'll just reiterate the like I said, I drive that all the time. The need for a roundabout isn't there. The need for improvement of Old Kings Road is definitely there. So I think that's the right move on your part and the county's part.
Thank you, Anthony. Any other questions for the board? Okay. Thank you very much, sir. At this point, we're going to open it up to public comment. If there's anyone in the public who'd like to speak on this item, please step forward now. Please identify yourself in the mic and where you live.
Hi, I'm Marilyn Dance. I live at 3780 Old Kings Road. I live right next to the Radiance Project, or actually one lot away from it. I agree with the roundabout because when we have a backup on 95, they come down our road, and if the school's in session, we have a backup of almost 4 miles all the way from 100 to my house. I think the roundabout is a stupid, stupid idea. But they basically skipped over the whole thing of the access road that goes between myself and my neighbor. They're proposing a road for construction that's less than 10 feet from my bedroom. And they're saying that they're only going to be a one-way. Well, nobody's telling us any information about it. And they're going to destroy an FP&L easement that's been there for, I've been in the house for over 40 years. And nobody has ever cleared it or taken care of it. I don't understand why they can't use just a regular entrance for any construction that they have. It's a huge entrance. There's no reason to put another exit entrance or exit access out next to my house. So it's going to keep me up at 7 o'clock every morning and make my dogs go crazy every time a truck goes by. I mean, why should I have to put up with that just for their access? I just don't understand. Again, I agree with the roundabout. It's a great, I agree that we don't need it. We need to have a better access on Old Kings. Right now, it takes forever to get out of my driveway. I used to not even have to look. Now it takes sometimes 2-3 minutes just to get out, especially, like I said, if there is a backup. Thank you.
Ms. Dancer, you said that access road was 10 feet from your house, in effect?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And so when they take that down, I'm going to hear that. I'm used to not having noise. And now I've lost 40 chickens in the last year because all the wildlife has now nowhere to go, and they have nowhere to find food except they found my house. I've lost chickens, I've lost feed, and it's a shame. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else like to step forward and speak? Yep. Please identify yourself in the mic, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is William Fidon. I'm at 3650 Old Kings Road, just north of Ms. Dance. And I agree with her. The access road between her house and my house, there's not enough room. There's not enough room to fit a dump truck through there. The proposed lot line is probably 15 feet off the back of my house. It was explained to me years ago that it was supposed to be, maybe at some point, a grass driveway for emergency services only, or during a hurricane to let people out in the neighborhood. Specifically not to be used for construction during the phase of the southern lots. So that's my main opposition to this, is to tear up my backyard and destroy my pool. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to step forward and speak? Okay, seeing no one step forward, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the applicant for rebuttal. Hi, please identify yourself.
Hello, Corey Sittler with Kimley Horn, project engineer. Could we take the slide back to the site plan sheet for the, okay.
On your presentation or on ours?
Either one that shows the Crestwind site plan. Yeah, that's perfect. Are you guys able to see if I point to the screen with a laser pointer?
I don't know if we can see that. No,
So
I can't.
Okay. So I think the access road that they're talking about is this southern one for in the Crestwind lands.
Simone,
thank
there you go. Okay.
That juts out between these two properties.
If
over
I
Old
can,
Kings
excuse
Road.
me. Simone, could you identify the two parcels? There you go. Okay.
Yep.
And how wide is that?
It's a little over 20 feet, and the gentleman that just spoke was correct in that it is an emergency access road only. It's not going to be used for residents. There's no current plans to use this for construction access.
Okay, but that is what they're asking for.
No, I believe if there is any mention of construction access, I believe that's talking about this access road between the communities here, between
Simone,
the north
can you
and the south.
identify that, please? But that doesn't reach where she just, that doesn't reach Old Kings Road. I know we're supposed to have a second entrance for emergency.
Yes.
And that was the emergency exit or entrance right there,
That's
right?
correct, as well
But
as the road that we just pointed to the
As
north.
well as tying into to the southern side?
Say that again?
Does this
Sorry.
tie into the other side, or is this,
The one to the north is tying into the project to the north, and then that would be.
so that's where you were pointing up top?
That's correct. Yep.
And that's the
Both of those are
and that
emergency
is-
access.
And that is, okay. Where did you say what the construction entrance was then? To the north?
It'd likely be the main entrance.
The main entrance?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. We need to get a clarification from your legal as far as what was actually asked, because in our presentation, it did call out the use of a construction access, and that's what we're trying to clarify.
Understood.
Chuck, do you want to clarify this then? Thank you.
Chuck Miranda, the applicant's going to, they added language to the PD agreement. They're going to explain what it is. The applicant's going to come up. It was using that southerly access for construction purposes to continue to use it.
Okay, so they are talking about the property between the two residences?
Yes, it would be that. Haley's going to explain it.
You want to start? Go for it.
Just to clarify, I think the confusion is in the language. It was intended to speak to the Phase 1 entrance, which is the main entrance on the picture here.
Okay.
And to be able to use that interim main entrance for construction-related activity until such time as it transitions to the full improved entrance accepted by the county. It's not as clear as it could be in the PUD.
Okay, so just to be clear.
Yes.
So it's I'm going to repeat it just so I understand it. The emergency entrance to the south between the dance property, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the gentleman's name, that is not what you're proposing for a construction entrance?
That's correct. We're
So
proposing.
that
it
is,
for-
that entrance is only going to be used as an emergency exit for emergency vehicles only?
That's correct, which is consistent with the original design of the
Okay,
project.
all right, because I was confused when I read the thing as well.
Right.
All right.
It was
So
intended
you're
to
just
speak to
talking
phase
about
one.
just the main entrance being left in the construction manner until you're ready for residents or whatever? Okay.
And if it
Is
needs
there
to be
anyone on the board have any questions to that clarification? Okay. All right, did you have any other thing you wanted to add? Okay. All right, I'll close the applicant's rebuttal and bring it back to the board. I did have one comment, though. That was the first time I've ever heard a developer, in effect, their attorney, say that they thought it was better for the county to spend their money instead of them. That had to be a first. Okay, do we have any discussion or any motions?
I'll make a motion
Okay,
to approve the application, but we want to make sure
those triggers you talked about earlier
the
were
amenity
imposed.
triggers is in there as represented.
Yeah,
With your conditions.
and the conditions that the other
Correct.
conditions, I'm
Yes.
assuming. The other conditions, correct?
The other conditions,
If-
yes.
Staff could suggest something, and maybe in the interest of everybody involved, staff included, if the name of that particular entrance was renamed from temporary access to phase one access, I think that would help understanding for all parties involved and for any
Now,
staff down the
Simone,
road.
this object, this is going to go in front of the county commission.
Yes,
So you will definitely have a chance to fix that as well.
yes. At this point, for the record keeping, it'd be best if you made the recommendation to make that change.
Do you want to amend your motion to
I will amend the motion.
renaming of the construction entrance and main entrance? How did you want to call it?
Phase one entrance, if that's all right with the applicant.
That the main entrance will be the phase one entrance?
I mean, the wording to phase one entrance.
Okay,
That's fine.
I'll second it.
thank you very much. All right, do we have any discussion on this? No, the only thing I want to say is I agree wholeheartedly with the traffic circle going away. I think that was also going to be a legacy cost on us taxpayers, that we were going to have to maintain this thing.
Do we,
Well, it's what the neighbors want too. I like the expansion of the setbacks because maybe that'll reduce the amount of variances that we have to consider in the
That's true.
future.
Yeah, you mean
So
the
to allow the
impervious.
lanais and the porches and the swimming pools and the things that we
Yes,
have.
the swimming pools in particular, yes. I agree. Okay, hearing no
got
other
something.
comment? Oh, say, Chuck?
Okay, so I want to clarify, the condition would be our Part A, which was in the PowerPoint. The amenity trigger points will be
9 months and 18 months?
9 months to commence and 18 months to finish.
Correct.
Okay.
With, on the initial
Phase,
amenities that we had represented can be done within that time period.
It would be the southerly.
But yes, but I'll just.
Okay, go ahead.
Just for clarity, that we were speaking to the pickleball courts, the social area with the clubhouse.
Pool.
The pool. Those were the initial amenities. that
Phase
would be-
one.
Exactly, would be accompanying phase one based on that timeline.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I guess, Hannah, we'll call for a vote.
Yes. So the motion on the floor is to recommend approval. Anthony Lombardo,
Yay.
Dan Wilcox,
Yay.
Michael Goodman, Timothy Connor,
Yes.
Michael Boyd,
Yes.
and Mark Langella.
Yay.
The motion does carry unanimously.
All right, thank you. We are now up to item number 7, which, let me see, that was 7, wasn't it? No, yeah, that was, no, 7, I'm sorry. This is project number, first of all, do we have any quasi-judicial, do we have any ex parte communication we want to disclose? Seeing none, this is project 2026-040080. Who is doing this one?
It's me.
You doing that, Hannah?
Yes. So Hannah Latiman for the record, planner. This is project number 2026040008. This is a variance in the PUD district at 21 Deer Park Road.
So that O at the end was not correct?
Do what?
You said, you called it, you ended with an 8.
Oh, 80, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
This should look very familiar to you. You saw almost an identical application last month. This is in the Plantation Reserve. I don't think this clicker's working.
Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, okay. So this is in the Plantation Reserve subdivision located just north of Old Dixie Highway. The subject property is 21,017 square feet. The future land use map is a residential low density. The zoning is PUD. It is located in flood zone X, not being a special floods hazard area. The soils on the property are primarily fine sand. The National Wetland Inventory Map has identified some wetlands on the property, but again, this is done through aerial imagery. There is no belief of wetlands on the property. This is an excerpt from the map showing that Lot 8 in the Plantation Reserve subdivision. And then this is an accurate site plan of what is being proposed on the property. Similar to the application we heard last month, this is a misinterpretation of the plat addendum for the Plantation Reserve subdivision, where most agreements reference lot coverage and impervious area as two separate requirements. And this specific subdivision morphs the two into a maximum lot impervious coverage. Staff has interpreted this to mean impervious area, which has triggered the variance request. So the house was permitted earlier this year within the parameters of the maximum impervious coverage in the agreement, and the pool has now set them over that allowance. To summarize that, the development agreement has a maximum 40% impervious coverage. The LDC refers to lot coverage in impervious area, and staff has determined that impervious coverage is the impervious area. This was determined after the house was permitted. The house was permitted with a 37.64 impervious coverage within that maximum 40% allowance. The request today is for a 7% variance to exceed that maximum 40% impervious coverage. This is a before the fact request for the pool, and no public comment has been received. Reading that variance criteria into the record, number 1, pertaining to any exceptional or extraordinary conditions. While there's not anything exceptional or extraordinary pertaining to the property in question, the lots within the subdivision do vary in size, and a blanket dimensional requirement for the entire subdivision, regardless of lot size, could create an unnecessary hardship. Number 2, being that the conditions were not created by the affirmative actions of the applicant. While the applicant is the current developer of the subdivision and has ownership of all the remaining lots, they were not the original developer involved in creating the subdivision or writing the PUD development agreement. Therefore, these conditions were not created by the affirmative actions of the applicant, and they have acted at all times in good faith. Number 3 being if the variance would cause any substantial detriment to the public health, welfare, and safety and morals of the community, it would not. Number 4 being that the variance cannot be granted for a use of land or a building that is not permitted. Single-family dwellings and pools are permitted uses within the agreement. And finally, a variance, if granted, shall be the minimum relief necessary to alleviate the hardship, in which staff has determined that the requested variance is the minimum relief. Your options as the board today are to find that all the variance criteria as listed in the guidelines have been met, and therefore approve project number 2026040080 for a 7% impervious coverage variance from the maximum allowed 40% impervious coverage at 21 Deer Park Road. Or you can find that all the variance criteria as listed have not been met and therefore deny the project, or you may continue the request to a time and date certain. With that, I will close out and await any questions or comments for the board.
Thank you, Hannah. Is
Sure.
the applicant present and like to make a presentation? Come on up, to the microphone. Please identify yourself. Hello.
I'm Elizabeth, representing 21 Deer Park. I don't have anything to add, but I can answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this point, we will open up to the public. Does anyone in the public like to make any comments on this application? Please step forward now. Seeing no one come forward, I close public comment and bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion to approve the application.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second. Do we have any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we will call for a vote.
Can I just confirm who the second was? I'm sorry.
Mike?
Okay, Anthony Lombardo,
Yay.
Dan Wilcox,
Yay.
Michael Goodman, Timothy Connor,
Aye.
Michael Boyd,
Yay.
Mark Langella.
Yay.
Motion does carry unanimously.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're on number 8. Again, a quasi-judicial. Does anyone have any ex parte communication? Seeing none, this is project number 2026050020. Another request for a variance. Hannah, that's you?
Yes, so this is a variance in the MH1 district at 13 Apache Street. Here you can see that this property is located at the corner of Apache Street and Osceola Avenue, with the north property line being the one in subject here that is directly across from the Apache Street. The future land use on the property is residential low density. The zoning is MH1. They are in a flood zone, being in the flood zone AE. And the soils on the property are primarily fine sand. It has not been identified as a wetland area on the National Wetland Inventory map. And then this is a excerpt from the plat showing this is Lot 1, Block 17 of the second addition to Johnson Beach. This is the proposed site plan. The applicant is asking for a 1-foot variance from the maximum allowed 6-foot fence height on the rear property line. There is a fence already existing. Best I can tell from the property appraiser's record, it's been there since at least 2008. The last permit we have referring to this fence is from 2010 to repair a portion near near Osceola Avenue, that I'm going to call that the west side. To summarize, the property is 7,438 square feet. It is Lot 1, Block 17 of the second addition to Johnson Beach. The Land Development Code, Section 3.0607B, regulates that walls and fences in the side and rear yard shall not exceed 6 feet in height. Again, according to the property appraiser, the fence on the north property line was built at least by 2008, and we do have record of a 2010 permit for a fence repair on the north property line. The request is for a 1-foot variance from the maximum allowed 6-foot fence height along the rear property line, would be a 7-foot fence there. This is a before the fact request. That should be a typo. I do believe we have received a public comment today after this PowerPoint was completed, and that was forwarded to you guys. You're reading that variance criteria into the record. Number 1, there is not anything particularly unique about the size, shape, topography of the property, and the applicant has not provided any unique circumstances to support an unnecessary hardship. This is a before the fact variance request, and therefore it is assumed that the applicant has at all times acted in good faith. Talking about if the variance would cause any substantial detriment, there does appear to be an existing fence along the north property line, and therefore it is assumed that the increased height of 1 foot would not cause substantial detriment to the public health, welfare, safety, and morals of the community or impair the purpose and intent of the article. A fence is a permitted use in the MH1 district. In terms of if the variance is the minimum relief necessary, while a 1-foot variance may be the minimum relief requested, the applicant has not provided an unnecessary hardship that would deprive them of all reasonable use of the property. Your options as the board today are to find that all the variance criteria as listed in the guidelines have been met and therefore approve the project number 2026-050020 for a 1-foot fence height variance from the maximum allowed 6-foot rear fence height at 13 Apache Street, or you can find that all the criteria have not been met and deny the project, or you can continue the project to a time and date certain. With that, I will close out and await any questions or comments from the board.
Thank you, Hannah. Okay, does anyone have any questions for Hannah? Seeing none, I'm going to bring up the applicant. Excuse me, sir. Hold on, sir. Are you the applicant? Okay. Please identify yourself.
My name is Louis Sawmill, and I am the son of the applicant. She's in the hospital having heart surgery. She's 92. The reason the hardship is the neighbor that has put strobe lights and flashing Christmas lights for 2 years onto my mother's. And besides that, he has a private entrance from his yard right into her back door and all the bedrooms, who he refuses to secure that. He's actually cut some brackets I put. I told him my sister and my mother, who started working at 16, she's 92. She's been collecting trinkets to have her little beach home. She was there a week, and she was so paralyzed and scared that we had to move her out and all her stuff. The guy has 12-foot stolen stop signs, and like I said, literally strobe lights, white squares flashing onto the property. There's nothing we can do. He's threatened her with texts, and until he says he's going to kill her, which he's doing it in a different way, there's nothing that we can do about it. And that's why we want a bigger fence there. It's not going to be as big as his stop signs and all the junk he's got, but at least it'll give her a little privacy. We tried to sell the property, but anytime anybody went to look at it, it had flashing lights, strobes in the middle of the night. And everybody's afraid to come and speak, I gather, because something's not right with this gentleman. And I have the paperwork, because she's in the hospital. I had to represent her today.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone have any questions for the applicant? You have to speak to the microphone, sir. Do we have hold
Make
on.
sure you understand this has been going on for 2.5 years.
Have you called the police?
Yeah, the police says until, well, it was the officer that told me, this guy, the first day I met him, before we closed, he said, oh, you should give me your mother's key. I told him my mom's retiring, she's 92, and my sisters will live with her. And he goes, well, you should give me a key and I'll check up on him, which I thought was a little weird. And then later on, I confronted him after the closing. He was putting new fence poles on our yard. And I go, what do you?
No, I'm talking about the police.
Yeah, the police said there's nothing we can do till he does something grave. And they can't do anything about the flashing strobes or the lights because they're on his fence. Supposedly, it's his fence. But the only permit, from what I understand, was from the people that had owned the house before us. But somehow the fence now is partially in his yard. Some of the poles are on our yard.
When the police came out, did they file a report?
Yeah, I've had him out he threatened me the first time when I saw him, said, what are you doing putting poles in our yard? And he got like this close to me, and I called the cops. I call the cops now going on 7 times.
Okay.
And my mom just moved out. We just avoid going there.
Are there 7 police reports on this?
Well, he said, I don't think they could make a report. There was something about that they couldn't, but they know me there. They know what's going on there. I've called them so many times on this guy. The latest thing was he cranked up the stereo when my sisters visited. They would come in there. I think we've been to the property 3 times each year, because every time we go, it's a big disaster.
When they came out for the noise complaint, did they do anything then?
They did. That one, I believe they did a report. And also, a lot of the neighbors are, because, it's very dark there, Apache Street. It's beautiful. You can see all the stars. And he's demanding that I take, and I brought the city out there because I said, look, I try to appease the guys. He's upset I put lights on our property. So I went and I made these special cones. I'm a filmmaker. I put color, light, falling. I mean, I did it as pleasant as possible, but he's determined he wants the lights gone and he wants access to the property. He's even put, I don't know if that's legal, but he put like a fire sign saying, do not block this access. It's a fire escape, and it's a fire escape right into the back
Did you tell all
bedrooms.
that to the police?
The police came through.
What did they do about it when you told them that?
No, they said I had to go to court. I filed for court. The court said unless the judge wouldn't take it.
Did you go to court?
No, the judge would not accept my complaint.
So you called the police, they wouldn't do anything?
I actually filed it in the
Tried
court.
to go to court, and the judge wouldn't do anything?
No, I filed to go to court.
Right.
But the judge, I guess, read my complaint, wouldn't accept it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Okay, thank you very much, sir. We are now going to open up to public comment. If anyone in the public would like to step forward and make any comments on this item, please do so now. Please identify yourself on the mic, sir. Hello.
My name is Lamont Freeland. I live in the property that Lewis, right behind him to the north. I've been there since 1975. I worked on that fence for years and years. It goes all the way around. It has a neighbor gate on each corner, which I call a neighbor gate. Now it's different, but if I may, I prepared a statement. I think all of you have received it. I'd like to submit that now. When I first met Louis Samel in June of 2024, he informed me that he bought the property for his mother to retire. I told him that I was well equipped with tools and skills and was willing to share. At a later date, he knocked on my door and asked if I could show him where the property line was. I showed him and he explained that, and I explained that in the front yard, the previous owner of the property built the fence 1 foot on my property line. Even though he pulled the permit, he put it on my property line, a foot on my property. It wasn't a big deal to me, so I didn't try to get him to move the fence or anything. That was, like I said, like 40 years ago, 45 years ago. He lamented that he would have to get a new survey that actually confirmed that the fence was approximately 1 foot on my property. In my backyard on the fence, it's on the actual property line, so it's a big giant wedge. The next contact I had with Mr. Samel was on July 5th of 2024 when he fist pounded on my front door. When I answered the door and asked what was wrong, I noticed that his whole demeanor had changed, his voice had changed, and that he had a different look and was drastically changed from the previous encounters. With the swagger of a pro wrestler, he started telling me what changes I would have to make to please his mother, stating that what his mother wants, his mother gets. He was particularly concerned about the hurricane braces between.
So you have 1 minute left.
Particularly concerned about the braces that had been installed. I assured him that it was wrong and the braces would stay throughout the hurricane season. He said, I quote, if you don't take them down, I will cut them down. Well, I'm going to make this short because we're running out of time here. He told me that if he was going to cut him down if I didn't take him down, and then he called the police and claimed that I threatened him. I just told him to keep his hands off my house. So here we are now, this amount of time later. I mean, there's been numerous times when he's called the police. He called the police and told them I was harboring children over there. If there's anybody that's crazy here, it's not me. I've gotten along great with those neighbors all this time. I can see I'm out of time, so I'll leave it to you, gentlemen. If you extend this fence up.
Sir, hold on 1 second. I do have a question for you. You read from something you had sent to all of us to read anyway, so you were sort of blowing your time. But my quick question is, 2 questions. One, do you have flashing lights that it would be into his property?
Because he put up 2 huge traffic lights on each part of If
Okay.
you can see the way the house is, his house extends out past my house.
And the second
And
question.
the lights shine in on my property and are very intrusive.
Okay, so
They're-
but you do have those. All right, and the second question I have is, do you have any objection to his request for a 7-foot fence?
Yes.
And what is that objection?
Well, it's going to block my view of what I have, and it's going to be, I'm leaving my fence. It's going to stay there because in the 50 years I've been on the property, people come and people grow. They were going to sell the property, so they're going to leave there, and now I'm going to have a fence sticking up a foot higher than mine. I don't want it there.
All right, thank you very much,
He doesn't need
sir.
it there. I am no danger to his family. I've been nothing but, I've tried to work with him, and he's just impossible to deal with.
Thank you, sir. Okay, does anyone else have any questions? Excuse me, sir. Is there anyone, no, not you, sir. Is anyone else in the public like to step forward? Yes, ma'am. Please identify yourself and speak into the microphone.
Hello, I'm your neighbor and I live on First Avenue. And I came here just to listen to this case because I have a very similar situation with my neighbor, similar like to your situation. And this is the first time I'm hearing this. I just want to the remark that he's concerned that he doesn't want the neighbor to build the property, that it will block the view. I know that area very well, and I can assure that there is no view there. So I don't see that his concern is really like a big deal. So
Ma'am,
yeah, there is
excuse
no
me,
view.
sir,
Yeah.
just,
So that's all. Yeah.
ma'am, do you have,
I didn't pay attention. I kind of see the flashing light because I have another house in Grand Haven but I'm planning to move to First Avenue permanently. And at night, I think I see that flashing light. Yeah.
ma'am, do you have any objection to the
I
fence?
don't have any objection.
Okay,
I just
thank-
want to add that there is no view. If
Okay.
that's the concern of the, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, if you would, could we get her name for the record?
Yes, ma'am, could you please give us your name and your address, please?
Yes, my name is Natalia Gubanova.
Hold on. Did you get that? All right.
Natalia Gubanova.
Gubanova.
Yes, Russian, yeah.
And your address?
31 First Avenue.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in the public like to step forward? Wisely, no. Okay, I'm going to close the public comment, and the applicant, you do have a rebuttal, sir. You come back up and again, we're just trying to keep it civil, sir.
Okay, everything this gentleman said is a lie. The only view he has is to my mother's bedroom windows, and the only entrance he has is to the back door of her property, and he is an outrageous liar.
Sir, hold on 1 second. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant?
I don't have any questions.
I have one more thing. I forgot to mention. I brought the county, or I brought your inspector, because he said about the lights and everything. And like I mentioned, I'm a filmmaker. I had color lights coming with a beam coming down. The guy said he went overboard, that I had gone overboard to comply, to make this guy reasonable. He is not reasonable.
So you do have lights that shine onto his property as well?
No,
Oh,
I
okay.
have regular lights that are on my property shining down.
Okay.
And his stolen street signs are like
let's
10 to
watch
15
out for
feet up.
slander, that's all.
That's the view he has.
Thank you, sir. Okay. No other questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay. All right, I close the rebuttal and I bring it to the board. Do we have any discussion?
I
or-
think that it's not a discussion. This is more for Judge Judy, not the Planning and Development Board. I mean, so let's go ahead and, I don't think there's any reason for, we don't give, I don't think we've ever given a, I don't know, say ever, but I mean, fence variances are hard to give because of, our 6-foot restriction. And I mean, this is nuts. I've been doing this a long time, man. This is it's crazy.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the extra height to 7 feet for the fence.
Okay, do we have a second? I will like to step aside for 1 second. I will second that. So we'll have it, and now it's discussion. So why do you approve it, Mike?
What harm will it do to the other resident? I don't see the harm that it will cause to the other resident. So to keep the peace.
Make sure the mic so he can hear you.
Am I speaking now? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just don't see the any harm in giving the variance. If there were other neighbors who would complain about it, then I would understand it. But this is just a back and forth, and to keep the peace, I think the 7-foot fence might help keep some of the peace.
Well, it makes one person happy and the other person doesn't want it.
Yeah,
There's
and
no
I
peace
don't-
there.
I don't think the variance procedure lends itself to boundary disputes. I think there are better ways, more appropriate ways of handling boundary disputes than bringing them before the planning board for a fence
I agree.
variance. So I don't see the hardship that would justify a 1 foot higher fence than our code allows.
Okay, I will throw my 2 cents in. And this is, as you said, Anthony, a very unusual case. Where I'm from up north, there's an old saying that fences make good neighbors. And I think that's very appropriate here. And we heard testimony that there are lights flashing, that the gentleman was unable, upon many attempts in the legal process, to stop it. And there's definitely a lot of passion here. We've had the only neighbor to show up was in favor of it. And I have a 102-year-old mother, and I would do whatever I thought was necessary to protect her. And I think putting this fence up may be the less harmful process than what might happen if things continue. And that's why I thought that perhaps this extra foot, which doesn't seem to actually harm anybody, may actually help somebody. That's why I thought in this case, it may be something warranted. That's why I'm
Do you
inclined
think
to-
this is actually going to resolve the conflict by
I
adding a
don't
foot
know
of
if it's
height
going to
fence?
solve it, Dan, but I think it might lower the temperature, but you never can tell because,
Seems like to me they'd both want about a 20-foot fence, so they wouldn't have to
Yeah.
deal with each other.
I actually surveyed a lot in South Flagler about 10 years ago, and the guys were fighting over the fence. The one guy went to his house, turned around and killed the other guy right on his front porch. I surveyed that lot. I don't want this to accelerate or something like that.
I
That's
remember
where
that
it's
lot.
going. You remember that?
I
one?
remember that
That's
situation,
crazy.
yeah. It
People go ballistic over fences. I don't know if you want to validate
What if
this
the
thing.
neighbor builds an observation tower next so he can climb up and just look
What,
down
what if he just
over?
extends his lights?
Those
over
things
his-
happen.
First of all, he will
Those
have
things
to get a permit for the observation tower, Mr. Connor.
Do we have, are we gonna entertain a variance for that? I just don't think this is our jurisdiction.
It's not at all.
I mean, I appreciate the animosity between the neighbors, but I just don't think this is our jurisdiction.
Okay, do we have?
We have given variances for height.
Mike, you gotta get to the mic.
Sorry. We have given variances for heights on fences before.
We did one in Mondex just a month or two,
Yeah,
month or two
I think
ago.
a month or two ago.
They wanted just for more privacy, and this is a privacy concern. We did one, I don't think you were here, Mr. Condon, on that one, but we did one just a month or so ago. We
did.
That's why, again, I just thought, my 2 cents, like I said, I'm just sort of stick by it, is that I don't see the harm, but maybe there's a benefit. I think, and I agree with the concept, one-upsmanship, but maybe the public scrutiny for all sides may temper this. If, people look back at what this has come to, and is it really worth continuing this? Just, he cannot stop the lights, and if, again, and I know my mother, I would not want to have that happen to my mother. So, we do know that there's lights going over there in retaliation against these other lights. And that's, So, do we have any other discussion? Any more 3 cents, 4 cents to throw into this? Okay, then I guess, Hannah, we'll call for the vote on this motion.
So the motion on the floor is to approve. Anthony Lombardo,
Nay.
Dan Wilcox,
Yes.
Michael Goodman,
Yay.
Timothy Connor,
No.
Michael Boyd,
Nay.
Mark Langella.
Yay. That's a
So we do have a
3-3.
tie.
Yeah.
So we cannot end in a tie, as we know. If you would like to do a different motion or
We will do
reconsider.
we're going to do a sudden death, sudden death.
Sudden death, yeah.
Okay, do we have another motion? Gentlemen, we have to have a motion.
Can we
Please
make a
step
motion
forward.
for them to,
And can we have Solomon up here to solve this problem?
We need an odd number board.
I know.
Did Ron Long leave the meeting?
Ron Long left.
Can we call Ron right now?
He did not hear the testimony, unfortunately. Ron Long left because he, I guess, had a political event that he had to attend or something.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to deny it.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All right, do you want to give us your quick reasons why we should now change the vote? Go ahead. I mean, it happens every day.
He denied the application,
Yeah.
and I'm seconding it. So what, you want a reason why?
Well, we got to change somebody's mind here.
The
so-
reasoning is that they should be taking this not to the Planning and Development Board, they should be taking this to court, not us. And I think it's ridiculous.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I'll lean that way because the reasoning is, I think his reasoning is correct. I'm going to swing a vote that way.
I hear you.
I don't wanna go home.
That's why I'm looking for someone to sway somebody here.
I have we have a
Mike-
legal,
Mike
we
Telef-
have
Mike.
a legal mind over there. It looks like she wants to say something. No, you have no opinion on this?
The variance criteria does not support, this is not supported by the variance
You're here.
criteria.
Okay.
There's
All
no
right.
hardship in the property. It's the property you need to look to, not the neighbors' personalities.
Well, there is always a way to look at it. There is subjectivity, so I would say that their uniqueness may be this existing fence that is uniquely on both properties, which is causing a problem. Okay, any other discussion?
The motion right now is to deny the
Well, the
application.
motion is to deny. So
Now,
do we have any
first
other
time it was to
discussion so
approve,
we can
now
get a
it's to
vote?
No.
All right. Hannah, could you please call for a vote?
I can. The motion on the floor is to deny Anthony Lombardo,
Yay.
Dan Wilcox,
Yay.
Michael Goodman,
Nay.
Timothy Connor,
Yes.
Michael Boyd,
Yes.
Mark Langella.
Nay.
The motion does carry 4-2.
Okay. All right, we're going on to the next one here. We are on another quasi-judicial. This is project number 9 on our agenda, 2026-05-0050. This is a quasi-judicial motion. Do we have any ex parte? Pete, I don't know if you want to see what's going on.
That would suggest that.
Pete? Thank you. Do you have any ex parte communication on this?
No.
Okay, seeing none. This is a variance, so Hannah?
Yes, item number 9 is a variance in the PUD district at 63 Ocean Oaks Lane. This is an aerial of the property. The future land use is mixed use low intensity. The zoning on the property is PUD. It is not located in a special flood hazard area, and the soils on the property are primarily fine sand. It is also not being identified as a wetland. This is an excerpt from the North Shore Plat 2 depicting Lot 54. This is a before current representation of the property on the left, and on the right is the proposed site plan. The variance requested today is for a 10-foot variance from the minimum required 20-foot rear setback to a structure, which comes from the plat addendum from North Shore Plat 2. The applicant has requested to extend the lanai close to in line with the existing pool deck, which is causing that difference in setback. To summarize, the lot is about 15,726 square feet. It is lot 54 of North Shore of Plat 2. The plat addendum requires a minimum 20-foot rear setback to a building. The request is for a 10-foot rear setback variance. This is a before-the-fact request, and no public comments have been received. Reading that variance criteria into the record, the property is not particularly unique in size compared to other properties in North Shore Plat 2. It is one of the few properties along the lakeshore with a curvature to its rear property line, though. This curved rear property line could create an unnecessary hardship in squaring off the structure. This is a before-the-fact variance request, and the applicants have acted at all times in good faith. It would not cause substantial detriment to the public health, welfare, safety, morals of the community, or impose the purposes and intent of the article. A single-family dwelling is a permitted use in the district. While the applicant has not provided evidence to support the lacking of a lanai extension deprives the owner of all reasonable use of the property, the requested variance is the minimum relief necessary to accommodate the lanai. Your options as the board are to find that all the variance criteria as listed in the guidelines have been met and therefore approve project number 2026-050050 for a 10-foot rear west yard setback variance from the minimum required 20-foot rear setback at 63 Ocean Oaks Lane. Or you can find that all the variance criteria as listed have not been met and deny the project, or you can continue the project to a time and cert date. And with that, I will close out and await any questions or comments from the board.
Thank you, Hannah. Does anyone have any questions of staff? Seeing none, is the applicant present? Would you like to step forward and make a presentation? Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Ed McDonald, and I live at 63 Ocean Oaks Lane. I'm here to discuss the requested variance for the setback to expand my lanai by about 370 feet. There were some questions about why are we proposing this now after having had the house for 11 years. We built the house in 2015. We moved into the house full-time in 2020. I retired in 2021, so it's really been about 5 or 6 years that my wife and I have been living there. And we recognized, frankly, that we built that part of the lanai too small. We're regretful. The cooking and dining and entertaining space is very nice, but it's really cramped. And our family's growing. We've got kids and grandkids, and now we're spending more time there. And we would just simply like to expand to an area that would be within the pool setback guidelines. We'd like to expand the lanai and not violate anything related to the pool setback. We're trying to improve the seating in the dining area to accommodate more people, and maybe even also to upgrade the cooking area. It's a very simple thing, no shining lights. I would, I'm sorry about that, but I would request I'm ready to take any questions you have and request your support.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions?
So you're extending the screen lanai?
Yes.
Okay.
We're trying to extend the southern wall by 10 feet, and that would be covered by screen.
I got you. So it's just an extent. That's why you're getting the variance, because you're building a wall.
Wall to anchor on one side, but it would all be pavers and lanai.
Okay, understandable.
Simone, can you put the lot back up there, please? I don't have any questions, no. No, the other one. Yeah.
The shaded area is the proposed expansion.
Right.
The actual photo shows trees in there. There are no trees in there. I've got pictures of it. It's just rocks and
nothing behind the wall.
Shrubbery.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
I'm looking at the aerial that's in our package here, and it appears to be that the two neighbors to your north have encroachments on that setback. Are you familiar with their backyards?
Not enough to comment on, sir, no.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, I would like to open it up to public comment. Anyone in the public like to step forward and make a comment on this application, please do so now. Seeing no one come forward, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Yes, sir. This lot backs up to the water. Doesn't seem to affect anyone, so I would make a motion to approve it.
And there's a conservation on the other side of that water, so.
Do we have a second? We have a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second. I'm going to open it for discussion. I will tell you that the one thing I am just concerned about it, and I agree with you, Mr. Connor, it looks like there's already encroachments already happening along that road there. The open lanai, I think, isn't an issue. I think we should maybe make a condition that this thing not be enclosed in the future. Because what happens is we see a new roof structure, we see an enclosure, and then it becomes living space. And they say, well, we already have the, that there. I don't have a problem with being covered. I just to further, encroachments or the possible violations of the living space, I just think it should not be enclosed for air-conditioned space in the future. So I don't know how you feel about that. You made the motion.
I agree with that.
So would you amend your motion to include that?
Yeah, I'll amend my motion to include that.
Would the second amend, Mike?
I'll second that.
Okay, do we have any other discussion on the item? All right, seeing none, can we have a vote, please?
Yes, the motion on the floor is to approve. Anthony Lombardo,
Yay.
Dan Wilcox,
Yay.
Michael Goodman,
Yay.
Timothy Connor,
Yay.
Michael Boyd,
Yay.
Mark Langello.
Yay.
The motion does carry unanimously.
And you'll have that condition on there, right, Hannah?
I do, yes.
Thank you. Okay, we are at number 11. This is project number 2026-050064. This is also quasi-judicial. Do we have any ex parte communication we need to disclose? Yes.
I do. I have been involved with this project previously.
Yeah, I saw that. So are
Need
you
to
going
reveal that top secret.
Are you going to sign the paper? You have to sign the paperwork on this
I
one,
do, it's
correct?
here.
You
I
have
do.
that. Okay.
So I missed the beginning of the meeting. Is 10 pulled?
I'm sorry?
Is item 10 pulled?
We just did 10, right?
No, we did
We're on
9.
10 now.
Oh, I checked off the wrong one, gentlemen. It's late. I gotta go home.
We all do.
I
We
wasn't
will-
trying to call you out. I was,
No, thank you. Good call. I did read the number off to the wrong number. We are going to do number 10 right now, which is
Still involved with it.
2026-050052. It's also a request for a variance in the PUD. Do we have any ex parte on that one?
Same one.
Same one, that's what I thought. Hannah, we're doing number 10.
Yes, we are on item number 10. This is a variance in the PU district at 215 Seaside Landings Drive South. This is an overview of the property. You can see that it backs up to the canal between Seaside Landing Drive South and Seaside Point to the north. The property's future land use is agriculture and timberlands. The zoning on the property is PUD. The buildable portion of the property is not located within a flood zone, with that portion closest to the street and the majority within the canal located within flood zone AE. And then the soils on the property are not of any concern. And then there are no wetland issues on the property either. This is an excerpt from the plat of Seaside Landings. This is lot 85. This is the proposed site plan before you today. The applicant is proposing to put in a pool. The house is currently under construction. The house was permitted. That permit was issued within the parameters of the development agreement for Seaside Landings. When the pool permit came in, it was rejected by zoning for exceeding the maximum impervious area as set forth in the development agreement. This is not like the first variance you heard. This one is pretty clear. It is impervious area. The development has a 35% maximum impervious area. The proposed pool deck is showing a 43.82 total impervious area, exceeding the maximum by 8.82%. This is just a better depiction of what is being proposed on the property. The applicant has made numerous revisions since the pool permit came in to reduce their impervious area. They are taking advantage of the 25% reduction with the driveway pavers being located on a sand base. So they have done what they can to reduce that total down. The house is being constructed at 34% impervious coverage. So they are, any pool would put them over the limit. They have also provided a rendering of what the proposed pool would look like. To summarize, the property is 19,197 square feet. It is lot 85 of the Seaside Landing subdivision. The development agreement requires a maximum 35% impervious area. The house was permitted in November of 2025 with a proposed 6,617 square foot house and driveway, meeting 34% impervious area on the lot. The original pool permit application proposed a 47.31% impervious area. The current request today is an 8.82% variance to exceed the maximum 35% impervious area. This is a before the fact request for the pool, and no public comment has been received. Reading that variance criteria into the record, the property is fairly unique in shape and size compared to other lots within the Seaside Landing subdivision, as it is one of the larger canal lots, with the majority of the subject parcel area being upland, whereas most of the canal lots see half of their parcel area located within the canal. Because impervious area is based on the total square footage of the property, most lots within Seaside Landings do not come close to exceeding this restriction, as half of the lot is not buildable area. This lot having more buildable area but the same 35% maximum impervious restriction as the smaller canal lots does create an unnecessary hardship. Given the applicants were not fully informed of the impervious requirement and the efforts made to reduce the request from the original proposed pool design, they have acted at all times in good faith. The variance would not cause any substantial detriment to the public health, welfare, safety, and morals of the community or impair the purposes and intent of this article. Pools are a permitted use within the development agreement for Seaside Landings. The requested relief has been reduced from the original proposed pool concept, and therefore it is assumed that the variance is the minimum relief necessary to alleviate the hardship and accommodate a pool on the property. Your options today as the board are to find that all the variance criteria as listed in the guidelines have been met, and therefore approve project number 2026-050052 for an 8.82% impervious area variance from the maximum allowed 35% impervious area at 215 Seaside Landings Drive South. Or you can find that all the variance criteria as listed have not been met and deny the project, or you can continue the project to a time and date certain. With that, I will close out and await any questions or comments from the board.
Thank you, Hannah.
Sure.
Does anyone have any questions for staff? Seeing none, is the applicant or their representation here like to come forward? Hi, please identify yourself.
Good evening. I'm Christy Earls, 145 City Place, Suite 301, Palm Coast, Florida. I am here this evening on behalf of James Janjulis and Kimberly Salerno, the owners of 215 Seaside Landings Drive South. Obviously, the last council that spoke went over their 30 seconds, so I'll keep it short and sweet.
No.
Plus, how could I really go after the last one? As
Very cautious.
Exactly. As Hannah has already mentioned, the owners are requesting an 8.82% variance above this 35% maximum. What happened in this situation is that they retained Saltwater Homes to design and construct their home, and then they retained Tropicana Pools to design and build a pool and a deck. The residence has been built. It's completed, and the pool permit was sought after the residence was already completed, and it was not until that time that this impervious issue was discovered. As soon as the applicants discovered it, they did everything they could to try to work with the builder, the pool contractor, to reduce the requested relief as much as feasible, in light of the fact that the home was already built. As noted, the original overage was about 14% over, and we've gotten that down to 8.82%. They've reduced the footprint of the pool, they've added additional grassy areas, and as noted, the driveway has the sand-based pavers, so we've got the credit included for that. And of course, throughout this whole process, the owners have diligently worked with the builders to ensure the design is going to direct all of the runoff to the front of the property through all of the drainage design. As it was noted, Seaside Landings is a uniquely platted waterfront neighborhood. The lots are configured to extend towards the canal and into the water. And the hardship in this situation is that strict application of the 35% standard as it is applied to this property after construction of a customary single-story residence. The HOA has approved all of the proposed improvements. We did include the approvals in with the application packet. And the neighbors, there are actually a few neighbors that are here this evening to discuss their support for this request. There's no change in the permissible use of the property. There's no identified adverse impact to neighboring properties or to the public. So in conclusion, we believe this satisfies the criteria. It's a unique property. The strict application of the PUD standard creates an unnecessary hardship under these specific circumstances. The owners have acted in good faith throughout this whole process. They've relied on their licensed professionals, and they've worked diligently to try to resolve the issue ever since they were made aware of it. This variance is not going to result in any detriment. It's not going to have adverse impact on the area, and the neighbors are in support. It's for a single-story home with a pool and a deck. This is going to be their retirement home, so hopefully the last home that they get to enjoy. So this is the minimum variance necessary to accommodate the proposed improvements, again, in light of the fact that the house is already built. So these reasons are why we are requesting approval of this 8.82% variance, and I thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I am available after the public has the opportunity to comment.
Hang on a second. Do we have any questions for the applicant? I have one question for you.
Sure.
I'm a little bit familiar with this property, not this particular site, but this subdivision. And these are more upper-end houses, and is it not customary that these houses do have pools?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The neighbor directly beside them has a pool.
Right.
And across from them, across the canal, they have a pool as well. It's a very customary design for this neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Okay. So at this point, I am going to open up to public comment. Anyone in the public would like to speak on this item, please step forward now. 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 Please identify yourself to the mic and where you live.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Salerno. Oh, there you are. I'm sorry. This is James Chinjulas, and we are the homeowners of Seaside Landing. I'd like to thank all of you on the board for being here this evening to hear our request for our variance. We have worked so hard to build this home and our forever home on the water, which we know we always wanted to be in Flagler County, coming from Orange County. We are now in a position, we need your help. Anything we could do, we tried to mitigate the situation. One great thing that came out of this was the support from our neighbors. We personally want to thank all of them for being here, for the support and guidance and kindness from all of them. We haven't even moved in our house, and everyone's here and come forward for us. I'm sorry. So we're asking if the board could please grant our variance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, would anyone in the public like to step forward? Hello, sir. Please identify yourself on the mic where you live.
Hello, my name is Ira Sorolnik, and I'm at 217 Seaside Landings Drive South. I am the neighbor next to them with the pool, and I am in support of this. All right?
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else like to come forward? Yes, sir, please. You don't have to raise your hand, anyone, just walk up. Please identify yourself on the mic and where you live.
My name is Craig Roberto. I actually live in Palm Coast Plantation, but I am the immediately adjacent landowner on the west side of the property at 211. And we are about to embark on this same journey, building a house. And there are these restrictions in the neighborhood with the impervious coverage being less than what's seen in the other neighborhoods around the area. So I anticipate that we'll probably be in the same situation. I have no concerns that property is a beautiful property. I'm not in opposition. I think as long as the drainage requirements are met, which they should be, it's going to be a great property. So I have no issue with it.
Okay, sir, and just for your information, all variances are heard on their own merit, and whether she gets it or she doesn't get it will not directly make a precedent for you, just so you know.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the public like to step forward? Okay, seeing none, I see people shaking their heads, but that's it? Okay. All right, we'll close the public comment, and I don't know if you guys want to rebuttal from all of those positive comments, but if not, we'll move on to this board's discussion.
I'm allowed to discuss this. I can't give way in though, right? I can't give an opinion. My professional opinion, my perspective is that as I worked in the beginning of the developing this project, and I was started with HAP and Klein Construction back in the day, we recognized when we started this that the seawall locations, the accretion, relation, and the wearing of the seawall canals are going to make this a difficult situation. We knew that in the beginning, and that was expected. And unfortunately, that as people develop their parcels, it was going to be tough. And unfortunately, I'm on this side now, hearing the concerns of the people who are facing what we knew we were going to put them into. And it's kind of, I feel guilty up here in a way, because we knew it was going to happen 10 years ago, 12 years ago when we started this project. And with that, I'm going to back out, because I've seen both sides of the story. And I just wanted to share it with the board. That's why I'm not in the discussion right now.
Yes. You know, these were identified by staff as unique. They are unique in several manners. And like I was asking them, the standard homes there and the quality of the homes do almost require a pool. And not having that, I think, gives them a hardship in their appreciation of the properties, because that's what, that's the money they were spending, and the expectation is they could do all that and, have that magnificent piece, and they're not having enough because of these unique issues with the impervious. But
On that
Mr.
logic,
Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
okay, we have a motion from Mr. Connor and almost an echoed motion from Mr. Boyd, and we have a second from Mike Goodman. Okay, do we have any other discussion on this item? Hearing no discussion, Hannah, would you call for the vote, please?
Yes, the motion is to approve. Anthony Lombardo,
Yay.
Michael Goodman,
Yay.
Timothy Connor,
Yes.
Michael Boyd,
Yes.
Mark Langella.
Aye.
The motion does carry unanimously.
Okay. Very good. Now we will get to number 11. This is a project number 2026-05-0064. It is also a quasi-judicial item. Do we have any ex parte communication? Hearing none. No Anthony, right? Okay. This is also a variance, and we will let Hannah debrief. You have ex parte on this one.
No, this one's a special exception.
Is the next one? Okay.
So this is a special exception.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In the Ag District for a non-common household pet and wild animal sanctuary.
Yes, okay.
Samadhi Wildlife, Inc. is a registered 501c3 Florida nonprofit organization for wildlife rehabilitation. The organization and its registered agent, Don Barbone, maintain a Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission permit to rehabilitate native wildlife. They are currently located in Ormond Beach, but they're looking to relocate to Flagler County. And they've stated that they rehabilitate sick, injured, and orphaned native wildlife and then release them back into their natural habitats. And so they have submitted an application for a special exception for a non-common household pet and wild animal sanctuary. So while a wild animal sanctuary and a wildlife rehabilitation facility may be considered as different uses, this is the most applicable use as is provided by our Land Development Code. And this use has additional standards beyond our standard 9 special exception criteria, which will be discussed. So the subject property is just over 10 acres and is located in the southeast corner of the county, about 683 feet west of where Wassick Lane turns and becomes Carter Trail. The property is accessed through a 50-foot roadway drainage utility ingress and egress easement to Wassick Lane, together with easements to and from North Timber Creek Road. A large portion of the property is wetlands, and the applicant has provided that average 25-foot upland buffer with a minimum of 15 feet. So the future land use is a split of ag and conservation. The zoning is agricultural. There is a flood zone in the western half of the property, the eastern half being in flood zone X. The soils are primarily fine sands, and there are some wetlands on the property, as we've discussed. So we have here their submitted site plan. The applicant is proposing to place a single-family dwelling with a well and septic and a structure for the wildlife rehabilitation facility in the southeast corner of the property. The single-family dwelling and the facility will be separate structures that are connected by a breezeway. The purpose of the single-family dwelling, which is a permitted use in the Ag District, is to provide 24-hour supervision and care of their wildlife patients. The single-family dwelling will be located 48 feet from the east property line, and the facility will be 100 feet from the east property line, meeting the unique setback requirements for this special exception use. The applicant is also proposing, at this point, 10 outdoor animal containment structures just to the northwest of the single-family dwelling and abutting that 15-foot upland buffer. These structures also meet that minimum 100-foot setback. Additionally, the applicant is proposing a future pond in the northeast corner of the property. Finally, the portion of the property used for the wildlife rehab will be accessed through a 12-foot driveway through that 50-foot ingress easement. And the portion of the property used for the facility will be fenced in. And here's just a more zoomed-in view. So we have our regular 9 special exception criteria discussing access, again, through that 50-foot access easement. Parking, any and all employee parking will remain on site. This facility will not be open to the public, and the surrounding properties are zoned for similar agricultural uses. Number 3, asking about refuse. Any refuse will be placed in residential refuse bins and regularly collected. Number 4, asking about utilities. They'll be served by a private well and septic permitted through the Florida Health Department, and power is provided by FPL. Number 5, asking about screening and buffering. The applicant has proposed a 25-foot natural vegetative buffer along the northeast and south property lines where the facility will be located, and all of the structures that will be used for animal uses meet that 100-foot setback. There are no signs or proposed lighting depicted on the site plan. Number 7, again, are meeting that minimum required 100-foot setback. Number 8, the proposed structures will be 1 story. And then number 9, the economic effect on surrounding properties. Staff has determined that there would be no economic effect on nearby properties. And so for this particular use, there are an additional, I believe, 19 extra standards. These were all provided with a narrative response and a staff analysis that were included in the staff report, so I won't go through each and every one of them, but there are a couple notable ones that I wanted to bring to attention. That the applicant maintains their Florida Fish and Wildlife permit to rehabilitate native wildlife that they have. B, that the applicant will have no more than 99 animals and no more than 50 exterior animals, which is the threshold explicitly listed in this code section. We don't anticipate that they would ever come near close to this number, Staff recommended that they put the maximum in the sort of unique circumstances where they rescue, say, a pregnant possum that has 15 possum babies. You know, we just didn't want them to be capped in a situation like that. They have, again, that 100-foot setback to all animal structures. They are required to have a veterinarian of record that provides animal care reporting, and they have Alicia Emerson Collier, who has signed statements attesting to their provided emergency plan, feeding and care plan, and vet and animal care plan. And then Section O refers to required sterilization. Due to being a wildlife rehabilitation facility, they are requesting a waiver from this requirement, which is a path that is provided in the code. This waiver needs to be approved by you and then ultimately the Board of County Commissioners. So should there be a recommendation, or should there be an approval of the special exception, that waiver will go to the Board of County Commissioners on August 3rd. So again, to summarize, the parcel is over 10 acres. This is a special exception request in the AC district, sorry, typo, for a non-common household pet and wild animal sanctuary and shelter. All 9 special exception guidelines have been met, and all 19 additional standards have been met. Again, this is for an animal facility in a single-family residence connected by a breezeway with well and septic, outdoor animal structures, that 12-foot driveway through the 50-foot easement, their minimum required upland buffers, fencing around all animal uses, and that future pond. There have been positive public comments received after we had finished putting the PowerPoint together. And so your options as the board, one is to approve project 2026050064, finding that all the special exception criteria as listed have been met, and therefore approve the non-common household pet and wild animal sanctuary and shelter facilities use on Carter Trail, subject to the following conditions. Most of these are pretty standard for our special exception approvals, and then I've underlined some of the notable ones. That accepting employees and or volunteers, the facility shall be closed to the public. The organization and their operator shall maintain their Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission permit. The request for the waiver from the required sterilization requirement shall be contingent on obtaining that approval from the Board of County Commissioners. And then we have our timing requirement, which that development shall commence within 2 years of the rendering of the approved development order. But I know that they're very excited to get started. Or you can deny the project, finding that all the special exception criteria as listed have not been met, or you can determine that more information is needed and continue the request to a time and date certain. And then finally, should you opt to approve the special exception request, you can impose additional conditions or safeguards. With that, I will close out, awaiting any questions or comments from the board, and submit the report for the record.
Thank you, Simone. Does anyone have any questions for staff? Mike?
Yeah, I have a question. It said nobody but employees, but I remember reading in all the positive letters that were sent in how it benefited.
Volunteers.
That's a
Employees
volunteer.
and volunteers.
But, all right, maybe that I'm, all right. Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions for staff?
Did I miss it, but what is a non-common household pet?
Repeat the question, or did you?
What is a non-common household pet?
I guess raccoon was one of them we heard.
Wild
Yeah,
animal.
any kind of animal for personal keeping, that's not a dog or a cat, really.
I just didn't know what level we're going here.
Snakes and iguanas.
It's
Yeah,
def-
well, yeah.
It's defined as all animals other than those considered a common household pet or wild animal as defined herein. And that's from the code.
Well, that's kind of vague.
Yes.
Appropriately so.
This doesn't include horses and cattle either, right?
Horses and what?
Cattle. They would definitely exceed that land mass in a heartbeat if it was horses and cattle. Simone, did you hear the question?
Sorry, could you repeat it?
The question was, is a horse or cattle considered a wild animal?
This doesn't include horse and cattle rescue?
No.
No. Okay.
Any other questions for the staff? That was a good one. Okay, hearing no other questions, would the applicant like to step forward and make a presentation? Please identify yourself. You have 30 seconds. No, you have 10 minutes, sir, but don't use it all.
Matthew Doust with Mark Doust and Associates. I'm usually before you guys doing big developments, commercial developments. I was asked by a friend, childhood friend, that actually operates the wildlife rescue. I've known him for several years, and what they're doing is just an amazing facility. They do it in Norman. They're bursting at the seams. They're based off of their nonprofit, all donations. That means I'm donating my time to be up here before you guys. I believe in them. I know they do a great job. We worked with staff, worked with Hannah, worked with Sarah and Chuck and Simone, and we had multiple meetings with them, and I couldn't thank them more.
You are the applicant, though.
Yeah, well, Matthew Doust with Mark Doust and Associates. I'm representing the
Representing,
applicants.
okay.
Yeah, so donating my time to come before you guys. They're here. It's Jesse and Dawn. They've been practicing doing this facility for quite some time. And if you have any questions, it's an amazing opportunity. We need more of these. It's very hard to get them off the ground. It's all donations. So if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Do you have any questions of the applicant? Okay, great. Thank you very much, Jesse. You are Jesse, right? You are Jesse. All right, well, you'll have, all right, I'm sorry. I heard a name, it stuck in the wrong place. Okay, at this point, I'm going to open up the public comment. Anyone in the public like to step forward? Please identify yourself in the microphone.
George Carter. As you can tell, the road's named after me. They're wanting to build around.
Okay.
My property butts up to the property they're going, and one of my main concerns was I don't want them to sneak in dog kennels and cats and everything like that, because the cat's the worst friggin' thing you can lay it out in the wild. They kill everything. Another concern was that what type of dwelling are they going to live in? I mean, what they put there is going to vastly affect my property. When you look at the thing, that cleared land, 15 acres is my property and everything. My house is just down the road
Is that
from
cattle
there.
property or horse property?
Huh?
Is that cattle property or something?
Yes, that's cattle and pasture. If you got the right price, it's anything you want it to be.
It's usually my cattle that get out on your property.
Huh?
It's usually my cattle that get out on your property. Okay, I
recognize
just
you.
wanted to clarify that. I don't know if that's ex parte or not, but
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Don't worry, everybody else's comes theirs too. But anyway, that was my big concern, because I don't mean to be critical of people, what they put and they live in, but if they put a double wide trailer on that piece of property, I go to sell that land, and I got a person who wants to pay the price I want for that land, and they're gonna go, well, that's gonna bring down my property value. And it is agricultural land. And on top of it is, I'm kind of curious about when they start to build this, the problem we have out there is everybody wants to move out there, but nobody has a tractor. Nobody wants to maintain the road. There's a few people that do it, like myself and a couple other neighbors. And everybody wants to move out there, but nobody wants to lend a goddamn hand. That's my biggest problem. But like I said, I'm great with the animal, releasing wildlife and everything like that. That's my main concern. Is the
Okay.
dwelling that's gonna be
You
put
do
there that
understand
people live in.
on ag land, mobile homes are allowed?
I know that,
Okay.
but there's also restrictions out there that it says what type of mobile home can live in there. Junior Strickland, when it owns all that, used to own all that land before he passed away. Now his family does. The one that sold it to Charles Agset or whatever his name is. I've talked to him on the phone a couple of times. There is deed restrictions out there. You can't have a pig farm, and you can't have a mobile home older than 3 years
And
old.
just so you know, too, just so there's a boundary, so we don't hear deed restrictions issued. That becomes a civil matter.
Right, I understand that.
So
I'm
we
just-
wouldn't be able to impose or we shouldn't impose a deed restriction regulation on a planning board issue. That would not be, that would be something for you to handle.
Well,
Okay, the time is up, sir, but, I was asking questions, so he, All right. Anyone else like to step forward and make a comment? Okay, seeing no one in the public come forward, we close public comment. Would the applicant like to make a rebuttal?
I would just like to say, hey, if you have the opportunity, I'll come out.
Please speak into the microphone, sir.
Matthew Doust, if you would like, we could talk to him afterwards, or we could talk in this meeting, but it's wild animals, there's no cattle. Typical properties out here, there's probably hunting dogs and kennels and stuff like that. There's no noise. These are kind of raccoons, possums, deer, they make no noise whatsoever. So you wouldn't even know they're out there. In the facility they operate right now, the neighbors don't even know they operate a wildlife sanctuary. So it's quiet. That's why they picked out there, to be out in the wild. So if you want to talk after, we could educate you on the process.
Okay, anybody have any other questions for?
Yeah, I have a question. The criteria that we looked at that staff had proposed to us indicates that this operation won't cause any impacts to the degradation of the roadway. Can you speak to your neighbor's concern about maintenance of that roadway?
I'm not a resident out in that area, but I envision that I have a few friends that live out there, and it's like people donate their time to fix the road. They're having to build a road off the road. It's a driveway, so they're going to be responsible to actually handle that segment. But I'm sure if they want to be great neighbors, they're donating business, so when they get donations, they can only operate based off of donations, so there could be discussions to
Are they going to have equipment to do that?
Oh, no, they're not going to have tractors along those lines or anything like along those lines. I don't think so, yeah.
So they would have to hire that out?
Correct. It'd be based off of donations, and if they have the donations, I believe they could definitely help.
And then I don't want to step on Mr. Langello's list of questions that he always asks, but there was some concern about the residential component. Can you speak to that? Is the applicant planning to live out there?
Yes, that's kind of how this facility works. It's if they weren't able to live on the property, they wouldn't be able to operate this business. There's not that many donations to go around. So yes, they'd be living out there. The plan that I saw and the plan that you guys see before you, that's actually, they're planning on doing like a residential house with a breezeway with the area that they work internal with the pets or animals, and then they go outside, and that's
Not a mobile home.
Not a mobile home. That's not what I've seen, yeah. Based on the plan that's before you, it's concrete slab. They're not really sure if it's going to be two separate roofs, but it's not going to be a mobile home.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, you got one of my questions, Mr. Connor, but not my other one. I do want to go back to the road. First of all, do we know, this is Carter Trail, I guess we're talking about. That's the road. Okay, but that belongs to you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I know. And there's access easements on their property. Sir, come up to the microphone, because again, that question was that who owns that road? I guess Carter Trail.
The people who own the land, and like when you pull that other section up that shows the properties there, I own half that road. The other half belongs to the people across the street.
And
Okay.
is there a maintenance, any kind of agreement in
Yeah,
for
you
that?
shame your damn neighbors into giving you money. That's the agreement. It's all private road, so it's not a HOA or anything like that. But the point being is, for them to get to where they're going, they're not going to really be on my road. They're going to be on the road I have to egress out and in.
Who owns? That's just owned by all the neighbors. The road you're talking about.
Everything is owned.
And
half the road's owned.
there's access that's allowed, that's some kind of a granted to all these
Yeah, it's all,
neighbors.
it's all granted easements and everything.
They're cross
It's-
using, they're cross
And there's no maintenance agreement to those easements?
No.
Okay.
When they get ready to build out there, they're gonna have to sign the same thing I did from the
Okay.
county here. That says, I can't hold you responsible for response time.
Right.
What everybody that built a house out there did.
Okay.
And everything. So that's the understanding that when you move out into the country and when they put the road in, Junior put the road in, and that's what I had to do. I had to
Right.
come here and ask you guys to build a property.
All right.
The question I have is, it's
Well-
not so much the cars and stuff, it's the heavy equipment coming in and everything. I got one neighbor around the corner
Sir?
that's building.
I'm just as a matter of fairness, I'm trying to limit it to this, and I hear what you're talking about, and I'm just going to cut you off right there.
Okay.
All right, but thank you. He answered my question, which was, first of all, I wanted to know, he was concerned about access and who's going to take care of these easements, but there is no, it seems like it's more of a gentleman's agreement than not, because there isn't anything formal. And I don't see how we could make this applicant any more, or any less, in our criteria, responsible. I mean, that's just up to them, in the way Junior set this particular subdivision up. So it's not, I don't know if we can do anything about that. But Chuck, yeah, please.
Chuck Miranda, Interim Growth Management Director. This area is a minor rural subdivision. The roads are all easements. Like Mr. Carter said, there is a statement on all the deeds. Fire service is not guaranteed. Any service is not guaranteed out here. And in fact, the entrance is from Strickland Durrance Road. The county took the maintenance of that main roadway over several years ago. There is no maintenance from, what is that road coming as, Airport Road? So Volusia County did not take it from Timber Creek to ours. So there's maintenance issues on the main road out here. So what we do, we have the statement on the deed that's in our code for a minor rural subdivision. We cannot provide service. There's no guaranteed service out here. That's why the roads are not maintained in an official way like other areas.
Right. And that, to me, if we were doing a special exception with public use, where the public was being invited out there, it may be more problematic.
That's correct.
Because they're not necessarily a member of party of this, but.
So this applicant actually has to construct the road from, you can see where it ends to
Yeah, I
their
saw that
property.
on his thing across near there, yeah.
And I'm going to say again, there's no guarantee of fire, so you're going to see in the next two applications that we address fire code. In this case, we don't, because their deed says,
Yeah.
our code says we don't have to provide fire on these minor rural subdivisions.
Thank you, Chuck. Okay, does anyone else have any questions? All right, thank you, sir. All right, at this time, we will close the rebuttal and open it up to board discussion and/or motion.
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Do we have any other discussion? Hearing none. Hannah?
Sorry, excuse me, is that a motion to approve with the subject conditions?
Is that correct, Mr. Connor?
That's correct, with all the conditions that were
Listed in staff report.
displayed by staff. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
The motion on the floor is to approve. Anthony Lombardo,
Yay.
Dan Wilcox,
Yes.
Michael Goodman, Timothy Connor,
Yes.
Michael Boyd,
Yes.
and Mark Langella.
Aye.
The motion does carry unanimously.
Oh, let me clarify that that did include the approval of the non-sterilization requirement.
Thank you.
Mr. Boyd? That was true,
Yes.
too. And anyone disagree with that? Okay. That is the way we voted. Okay, I'm going to go to the next page. We are on number 12, also quasi-judicial. This is project number 2026-01-0060, another special exception. Do we have any ex parte communication? Okay. We'll assume that Anthony does not have any either. So who's doing this one? Simone. You have that Reader's Digest version ready for us, right?
I'll try.
Okay.
This is a special exception in the Ag District for a Class 3 landfill, being mindful that's for organic material only. The subject property is located on the west side of South Hudson Allen Road, approximately a mile south of the intersection with County Road 304, and it's just over 15 acres inside. South Hudson Allen Road is a public 30-foot wide section line easement granted on the Bunnell Development Company plat. Currently existing on the property is a 40-foot by 60-foot pole barn and drain field according to the survey. The zoning is, the future land use is agricultural and timberlands. The zoning is AC agricultural. There's no particular flood hazard being located in flood zone X. The soils are primarily well draining, and there are no wetlands on the property. The applicant is proposing to add an 80-foot by 50-foot office building located approximately 90 feet from the south property line with a new septic tank and drain field, again for an office. They're also proposing to add another 80 by 100-foot pole barn approximately 20 feet north of the existing pole barn. So here's the existing and the proposed. They are proposing additionally a burner and air curtain incinerator to process the organic material near the center of the property, as well as a 94,000 square foot stormwater pond kind of along the west property line. That would be with a proposed dry hydrant and pump, along with a stormwater swale along the north property line. In addition, they have this area, which is to be processed material. Here, it's a little bit zoomed in, north now being on our right-hand side. So in green, I have the proposed area where they would store the collected organic material, again, this being yard debris or material from land clearing, and then in red, the proposed air curtain burner. They are also proposing to leave the existing vegetation, which is located in this area and in this area, to buffer the proposed burner from the roadway. The applicant has also stated in their application that a porta potty would be placed on site for employees. They have also submitted their application to FDEP for FDEP calls it an organic recycling material permit. And then they have a 20-foot wide access easement coming off of North Hudson Road here, about 400 feet south of the north property line, continuing to the southwest corner of the property, around the proposed stormwater pond, coming up to the north property line, and then back down and out to South Hudson Allen Road. The future office building and the existing pole barn are serviced by an existing driveway. A right-of-way utilization permit will be required for improvements of the driveway connection and to improve and maintain South Hudson Allen Road to fire code. So again, the parcel is approximately 15 acres inside for a Class 3 landfill, which is really an organic recycling area. Access to South Hudson Road, which is a section line easement to County Road 304. Again, they're proposing the office building, a new pole barn, the burner and air curtain incinerator, the storage area for the collected yard waste, the stormwater pond with a dry hydrant and pump, a stormwater swale, a dumpster pad as well, and the existing vegetative buffer. Again, they have submitted their application to FDEP, and no public comments have been received thus far. Reading our 9 special exception criteria into the record, again, they're utilizing a 20-foot wide driveway through the property connecting onto South Hudson Allen Road which then connects to County Road 304. The applicant has stated in their application that all parking will be located entirely on the property off of South Hudson Allen Road, and that the existing vegetative buffer would reduce noise and odor carried by wind. Any refuse not related specifically to the Class 3 landfill will be placed in existing dumpster location and hauled off-site. There are already existing utilities on the site. The applicant has proposed to maintain the existing vegetative buffer along South Hudson Allen Road. No signs are proposed and no exterior lighting has been depicted on the site plan. But they provided that any signs would be located at least 15 feet off of South Hudson Allen Road. They do have substantial setbacks and open spaces provided on the site plan. The existing structures are all 1 story and thus are in harmony with that of adjacent and nearby uses. And as for the economic effect, local disposal of tree clearing material should reduce cost of construction due to closer travel distances and reduce transportation costs from the subject site to job sites. So your options as the board, you may approve the special exception with the following criteria, again, which are pretty standard and similar to conditions imposed on other Class 3 landfills that have been approved by the board, limiting operation 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Saturday. They would be subject to obtaining that FDEP permit approval before they commence development. The access easement from County Road 304 to the subject parcel, which is South Hudson Allen Road, shall need to be constructed and maintained in accordance with applicable fire codes and as approved by the Flagler County Fire Chief or designee. And the scope of these improvements will be included in the project site or building permit application. And then as for the timing, development shall commence within 2 years of the rendering of the approved development order. Or you can find that all the special criteria as listed have not been met and therefore deny the project, or you can determine that more information is needed and continue the request to a time and date certain. With that, I'll close out, awaiting any questions or comments from the board, and submit the report for the record.
Thank you, Simone. Does anyone have any questions for our staff?
I do have to declare that I am on this one also.
I thought so.
I saw that.
Okay.
Sorry, I misinformed you. I
All
had
right, so
forgotten I
you
did
are
this one. This
going
one's
to do
actually-
paperwork on this one too?
Pardon?
You got to do the paperwork on this
I
one.
did. It's been a few years ago, so I'd forgotten I did it.
Okay. You guys got that.
I have
All
to
right.
declare that.
So Mike, so Dan is claiming ex parte for involvement on this.
I can pretty much go home.
Not yet.
Okay.
We need well.
I'm on the next one too.
No, you can't go home, right, guys? Can't get out that easy. Okay, does anyone, we already did that. Is the applicant present and like to come on forward and give us your name? And you have 10 minutes that you will not take.
James Montier, and I don't have any comments or questions unless you guys do.
I love this man. Okay. At this point, I'm going to open it up to public comment. Would anyone in the public like to step forward and make any comments on this item? Please do so now. I see one coming forward. Hold on, sir. You just wait. Sir, come on. You got to get up quicker than that, man.
I'm Enrique Brenes, and I live at 1500 South Hudson Allen Road, adjacent to the property where this is being proposed. I have quite a few questions on this because I'm worried about the property values. I'm also need to be informed about whether this is a county-maintained road because of all the trucks that are going to be coming in and everything. If the county is willing to allow this, the county should be responsible for the maintenance of the road, which at this point, the county does not maintain anything.
Okay, anything else? I'm writing your questions down, sir.
I also need to know the traffic flow is going to be a problem because as it is, that road is not maintained. So if we bring so many vehicles through, it's going to damage the road. That's
I'm
the
assuming
thing.
you're sharing that road, correct?
It's a shared
Okay.
road.
Yep.
And also Strickland also has a sod farm there, so he's bringing equipment on top of that. So all my personal vehicles get destroyed by that. So that's a major concern. Of course, I also have 2 girls that I just adopted. So for them to play on the main road, they can't do that. Before we could do that more often because there was not a lot of traffic coming through there. But now that's become an issue. But I'm all for the business because we need more businesses in Flagler County. Unfortunately, I believe that the county has to be involved and they have to take accountability for the road if they're going to allow this. There is an easement that we all share. So we just want to make sure that's all taken care of. And there's also other people on the road. There's a gentleman on the left-hand side of the property, which is the east side. And then we have another gentleman that's in the main entrance of Hudson Allen Road that it'll affect them because of the traffic flow. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Sir, you're not going to speak?
No, he can answer my question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else? Seeing no one else come forward, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to applicant. You do have time to rebuttal. In effect, maybe answer the questions, relieve concerns, whatever. Did you get the issues that he was concerned about?
Yeah, part of the stipulation, if it is to be approved, is that we are required to maintain a material pile for road improvement and road maintenance. And if it does get approved, when we do start operations, we'll have daily maintenance on the road. We'll have a tractor that's grading the road daily and watering it down to keep
Part of the agreement, Stadbeck, you confirming that they were going to not only have that material, but to maintain the road, Chuck?
If you go back to the site plan in the far right corner of the plan, that's where that material stockpile is.
Right, but then the actual maintaining of it, Chuck?
If this is approved with conditions, part of the condition is to maintain it to fire code standards.
Mhm.
If that doesn't happen, then a condition is not in effect, and the approval becomes null and void.
And then what?
It would nullify this special exception if one of the conditions is not met.
Okay.
And also, there's a.
Is that, just so I understand, that would be nullified, or it would be held on pause until it's fixed, or it'd be
Yeah, we would
nullified, and
have-
therefore,
he
and
would be
therefore he
vi-
would no longer have that and have to come back in front of the planning board?
He would be violating the special exception. If it's not corrected, then we would take action.
Okay.
It would not be null and void. It would be a code case where we would require compliance.
And if the complaints were not handled, would he lose his special exception?
I do not believe so. That would just be a code case that would allow us to go forward with leaning and foreclosure.
And we would pursue the matter any way we could if he's not missing.
So did you understand that response? Just nod yes or no, sir. Okay.
And as far as there's going to be an approved connection onto 304, and it's an easement, the county will not maintain an easement. It's up to this condition in the special exception to provide maintenance. The county does not maintain these private easements.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir. I got
Okay.
a question for him. You through?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Exactly what material will be brought into the property?
Land clearing debris, tree waste, vegetation.
Okay, so this won't be a landfill.
No, it'll be a recycle center.
In the normal term of landfill, right? This won't be household garbage and all of that stuff.
No, it's technically.
This is just organic material type
Yes.
stuff. Okay.
And then you create an ash pile.
Yes.
And then what happens to the ash?
It gets screened into topsoil and then sold off.
Okay, and then the issue with the kids that play in the road, the only thing I could just tell the person that I don't think we could do anything about allowing your kids to play in the road. just as a matter of you know, I closed public comment, sir, so I'm sorry. You can address something to staff if you want to right now, and if they want to relay it, they can. Okay, so that's all your rebuttal, sir? Okay, I close the, unless anyone has any other questions for the applicant. Okay, we will close the rebuttal and open up public board comment or motions.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the application.
With all the stipulations, correct?
With the county's stipulations.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, open up for discussion. Anyone want to discuss this item? Mike? No? I hear you, man. Okay. The only thing I have to say is they are going to be, apparently they are going to meet all the special exception requirements. So that's what I would be finding on this. So with that, I guess we can take a vote.
The motion on the floor is to approve. Anthony Lombardo?
Yay.
Michael Goodman? Timothy Connor?
Aye.
Michael Boyd?
Yay.
Mark Langella?
Aye.
The motion does carry unanimously.
Okay. We are at our last item number, almost. Item number 13, again, quasi-judicial. It's going to require many ex parte communication. Does anybody have any? I knew you would do that. I just knew it.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm involved in this
I
one
read the
also.
survey name when we did this, and right away I knew
sorry.
you'd be here.
I'm
Okay,
not
this
sorry,
is,
I'm on this one also. And
but you're staying here, sir. All right, project number 2026-050056, a request for a special exception. Are we changing up, or are you still doing that?
Still me.
Okay.
So this
And
is
this
a,
is the Reader's Digest version.
This is another special exception in the Ag District for another Class 3 landfill and borrow pit. The subject property is located about half a mile east of Old Hall Creek Road and is similarly accessed through a 30-foot wide sectionalized easement granted on the Benel Development Company plat. The subject property is just over 20 acres in size and is currently vacant. The future land use is ag and timber. The zoning is AC agricultural. There's no particular flood hazard being in flood zone X. The soils are primarily well draining, and there are no wetlands on the property. So we have the proposed site plan, and here's a more zoomed in version. The proposed landfill uses are all located to the rear of the property in the back third, I would describe it as. In green, again, I have that area that will be the to-be processed organic material. In red is another, proposed burner and air curtain incinerator. They are also proposing a stormwater swale along the rear property line and a borrow pit that is approximately 137,000 square feet that will, after it's dug out, be a future stormwater pond. Again, all the uses are located in the rear third of the property and will be surrounded by a 25-foot landscape buffer. The applicant has also submitted their application to FDEP for the organic material recycling processing permit. And similarly, a right-of-way utilization permit will be required and issued for improvements to the driveway connections to Old Hall Creek Road to improve and maintain the easement, again, to fire code standards. So again, this specific use is about 20 acres in size for the Class 3 landfill and borrow pit, and accesses Old Hall Creek Road through the section line easement. The site land provides for the yardway storage area, the proposed stormwater swale, the burner and air curtain incinerator, the 137 square foot borrow pit, which would be a future stormwater pond, and their 25-foot landscape buffers. They have submitted their application to FDEP for the permit, and public comments have been received and were included in the record. Discussing their 9 special exception criteria. Again, the access Hold All Creek Road through that 30-foot wide section line easement. And they will also have a similar condition to improve the easement to the fire code standards. Any and all employee parking will remain on site and will not be open to the public. The surrounding properties are vacant and zoned for similar agricultural or industrial uses. It's all the city of Benel. Any refuse not related to the Class 3 landfill will be placed in appropriate dumpsters and regularly hauled off-site. There are no buildings and no proposed utilities. The applicant has proposed that 25-foot natural wide buffer around their Class 3 landfill use at the north end of the property, and the remainder of the property will remain naturally wooded. There are no proposed signs or exterior lighting on the site plan. They have provided substantial setbacks and open spaces. There are no buildings proposed on the property. And again, similar economic effect that should reduce the cost of construction due to closer travel distances and reduce transportation costs from the subject site to job sites. The applicant has also provided in their application that their intent is to provide storm debris management and to produce topsoil for future developments. So your applications are as the board are to find that all the special exception criteria as listed have been met and therefore approve the project for the Class 3 landfill and borrow pit off of Old Hall Creek Road. Again, similar conditions to the last special exception approval, highlighting that they will be subject to that FDEP permit and that the access easement from the Old Hall Creek right-of-way to the southwest corner of the subject parcel be constructed and maintained in accordance with applicable fire codes and as approved by the Flagler County Fire Chief or designee, and that the scope of these improvements will be included in the project site or building permit application. And then similarly, the timing requirement that development shall commence within 2 years of the rendering of the approved development order. Or you can find that all the special exception criteria as listed have not been met and therefore deny the request, or you can determine that more information is needed and continue the request to a time and date certain. With that, I'll close out, awaiting any questions or comments from the board.
Thank you, Simone.
Got a question for
Yes.
Simone, does the Class 3 designation, does that specifically mean just organic material? Is that what that Class 3 designation is?
It's my understanding that's construction debris and yard waste.
Okay.
Their intended use is to be just organic material. That's just the only code section in our antiquated code that applies. But they would be limited to the organic material waste through their FDEP permit.
Okay, so the term landfill is kind of misleading.
It should be an updated term.
Yeah, I got you, okay.
But they are limited to organic material and the special exception as well. Is that correct? So? That's the way these both of them were presented.
May I speak to that?
The special exception use in our code is a Class 3 landfill, which the state defines it as also construction waste. You could put a condition on this just to include land clearing debris. If it's your intention, that's possible. But as of now, because our code says Class 3 landfill as the special exception use, and the state considers that as construction debris also, it's possible in the future it could be construction debris.
Okay. We didn't do that to the last one, so that's difficult to do that to this one at this point. I thought the way they read it was limiting to that because that was what it was.
And Simone's correct on their state permit, it limits it to yard debris. But because of the description in our code of the Class 3 and because of the state's definition, it's kind of a conflict.
I mean, the other side of it too is that, you know, as the county builds, we're going to need landfills anyway, in all regards. Right now, we have a transfer station is all we have.
Yeah, that's correct. And like I said, our code is, like Simone said, antiquated, and that is the special exception use, a Class 3 landfill.
Right,
Which
thank you.
includes yard debris.
Thank you, Chuck.
If I may speak technically again, when you go beyond the vegetative debris, you now enter a new realm of oversight by FDEP, which requires liners, gas, gas exchanges, all that stuff. I don't think any of these projects are at that financial intent by no stretch. They're not set to put down $3 million worth of liners and, gas exchanges and water handling, that type of stuff. That's not proposed anything that's seen tonight. That's just from a technical perspective.
Mhm. Okay. At this point, is the applicant present? How you doing? Please state your name. I won't limit you to 30 seconds. You get
Thank you.
35 seconds.
I appreciate it.
No.
Good evening. My name is Jesse Krupenbacher. I appreciate your time. I'm going to make it short and sweet.
You have your 10 minutes, sir.
No, we've been here long enough, that's for sure. Full intentions, organic material, tree debris. I own a small land clearing company here in town. We focus on spot lots in Palm Coast. We're going to haul. We're trying to save money. You know how that goes. Not a landfill, 100%. On the application, that's the only spot they had for us, so that's what we choose. But with the DEP, it is classified as organic materials. So everyone can, organic materials, it's 20-acre parcel. We're only going to be using about 7 acres of it total for that process. We are talking with the landowners around us to work through any discrepancy that they have to make sure everything goes smooth. That's about it. Any
Thank
questions?
you, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, we're going to open up to the public. Would anyone in the public like to speak on it? Please step forward. Please give us your name and where you live.
Good evening. My name's Mike Kelly. I live on the old Hall Creek Road and have for 3 generations. My brother Zane lives on the old Hall Creek Road, 3 generations, retired Flagler County deputy. My brother Kevin retired from C-Ray as a manager, 3rd generation, and we are now down to the 5th with my great nephews and great nieces, all living there on the Hall Creek Road. Let me just say that when you start getting into special exceptions and zonings, you have to be a little bit careful because the zoning tab itself, Mr. Wilcox, you're correct, they may very well not have the financial wherewithal to do a grander job there. But having that zoning gives them the valuation to sell that property now to somebody that does have the capital. And now all of a sudden you're looking at a much bigger, broader program going on there, business going on there. You've already accepted one of these this evening. I think again, it might have been a little bit hurried on your part, but regardless, I don't think we need to start having these pop up everywhere because I'm concerned about the zoning classification, the spot zoning classification, because of the valuation that goes with it later down the line. I think it might be better for the applicant here to speak to the previous group. I mean, it's right across the street, basically, off of 304, and work out an appropriate business association with them. And we don't need 2 of these going in within a couple miles of each other. Hall Creek Road has been always a very special residential area, in my opinion. I honestly would hate to see it disrupted by the equipment and so forth that's going to take place there if this is approved. Having said that, I know my time is up. I would ask that you consider this carefully because there are a number of residents that this could have a big effect on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Hi, please identify yourself to the microphone. Good
Todd
evening.
Rothenberger, 2220 Old Hawk Creek Road. Bought land in Flagler County on Old Hawk Creek Road, early 90s. Purchased the property before I built. When I built, the first year we moved in, they moved cattle across my property. I woke up one morning and there was cattle sitting up on top of my drain field. When I put the fence in for the goats, I left that corner open for them. They never used it again. But that's the kind of family area it is. My neighbor, he put in a neighbor gate and frequently uses his tractor to help me out. That's the kind of people that are down there. It was dirt for a very long time. If I'd known this was going to happen, I'd preferred it to stay dirt. When it started, when the promise of the road came along, quite a few new people moved in. It's remained residential. It's close to town. I'm still 3-4 miles from a grocery store. We don't need a landfill, however you want to classify it down there. We don't need the heavy use down the road. Those bridges, I don't think we're made to support that. It's more and more heavy use down there. I'd just ask you to realize that this is for these 5,000 homes and to stop following the money. Please leave Hawk Creek the way it should be.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please identify yourself on the mic. Good evening.
My name's Mark Graham. I live at 2260 Old Hawk Creek Road. I don't want to see this there we've lived out there for going on 24 years, and finally, the county paved the road. And 4Cs has put a terrific drainage on both sides. My concern is the traffic going up and down that road. Going to be trailers, dump trucks and stuff. All that debris is going to blow out, and our road's going to look like crap. Another concern I have is fire. What fire prevention do they have? Because once it goes, that's all wooded. And Todd and I live approximately about a half a mile from the entrance to where the proposed site is. On an October, November day, my wife and I open the windows. The wind's blowing right. I don't want to be smelling that. So I ask you guys one question. Would you want to buy a place out there with that there? I know what my answer is. So I'm asking you to turn this down because the traffic, the beautiful road we finally got a paved road. It's going to look like 415 down there going to the dump down there after a while with all the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to speak? Hello, just identify yourself by the mic where you live.
Before my time starts, could I ask for the 5 minutes? I'm speaking for a group.
What group are you speaking for?
Myself, my cousin, a couple of aunts and uncles that couldn't be here tonight, the landowners that surround this property.
You guys have any problem with that? All right, go ahead.
Okay, good evening. My name's Lynn Lafferty. I'm here on behalf of my family that owns 9,000 acres and myself owns the 9,000 acres that's contiguous and surrounding this property, other than some of the out parcels where people own some homes. This applicant has to travel and traverse over 3,100 feet of a woods trail that's owned by us. They have an easement over that. The part that you read, or that was read off to you, a little bit incorrect. I'm going to correct that, if I may. It states that they have an easement over 30 feet on the section line there, on the half section line, which they do. However, there's a canal there in the middle of that. So years ago, 2 owners ago, our family worked with the landowner at the time to grant them an easement, an additional 25 feet. Some of that does go over into the slope of that canal, unfortunately, not giving them probably enough room. We're going to have to work that out. The applicant mentioned to you that we've been speaking with them. So they do have to get over our land on our woods trail. This is not a road. It was never intended for this. 2 owners ago, we indicated. So I know there's some work to be done. They've indicated that they're willing to bring it up to the fire code. I did speak to the fire person. Just so I can put it on record before I get away with myself here, I spoke to the gentleman in the fire department, Bruce. He's the one that signed off on this. He explained to me that he would require that it's built up to a certain level, elevation, and that there would also be a certain substrate that's all weather. We're not opposed to the use. It's in your code. As it's up to you guys to grant the special exception. That's not why I'm here tonight. I'm here because I want to protect the interests of our asset. At any given time, we have livestock on the property, not in that section right this moment, but it is a 9,000 acre ranch, and up until 2 years ago, there was livestock for 80 years. There probably will be in the near future. There is overlying, I will point out to you, so they mentioned the book page one for that 30-foot easement. The 25-foot easement is in book 1623, and in addition to an easement being granted, the landowner granted us back a fencing agreement. And so I would like to respectfully request that that fencing agreement, which I'll explain in a moment, is also a condition of this approval. That will help protect our land. Part of your special exception criteria is that you are actually, I have the exact wording here, special exception approvals require the board to determine that the economic effect of the proposed use on the adjacent and nearby properties shall be positive. So in order for that not to be negative for us, we would need to be able to protect all of that land inside of our gate. So right now we share a gate. Actually, it's our gate. It's our woods trail. They're traversing over this 25-foot easement. That's fine, but anybody, they mentioned it's only for their use, but they also mentioned that they're going to be using this for storm cleanup. It does go with the land, is the way that it is right now. You might change that to be with the applicant only, because if someone buys this in the future, they might open it up to the general public as far as other land clearing people bringing their trash there to drop off. This could open it up to multitudes of traffic on our road that goes into the middle, 3,100 feet, over half a mile of private property. So they're slam in the middle. I'm running out of time on that, so I'm going to go to the next point. So we would like for you, the actual verbiage of that is together with the right to have a fence constructed at the expense of the grantor around the perimeter of the grantor's property and up and down the easement is basically the verbiage. So what I would really appreciate is if we could request that you add that as a condition, that in order to get this special exception, they would need to adhere to that, which we are going to enforce that part of the deed that we had recorded with them. Fire was brought up. We're concerned about that too. I feel good about the fact that they have to follow the code on that. Let's see here. So sorry. I wish I had more time. Sometimes in Bunnell we give a little more time to get more information. I would also like to address stormwater. Right now, they're improving the property for their bee operation, bringing in a lot of dirt and spreading that out already in order to access the back of their property. This could create some stormwater issues. I would like for them to, if possible, be conditioned to have an engineered site plan. As you can imagine, in the middle, the 20 acres in the middle of a 9,000 acre piece, they could do some things that affect the adjoining property and adjacent properties. I appreciate your time. I did have a little bit more to say, but I'm out of time.
You didn't have any other conditions you were looking for? That was your conditions?
Well, I believe that the condition to follow the fire code, I would like to say, though, I'd like to clear up with the county attorney here. She mentioned that if they were to not adhere to the conditions. My understanding, being on the Benel Planning and Zoning Board, just like same board as you guys, when we have an applicant who has conditions that are not satisfied, it is taken up with code initially, but then staff actually activates the PZA board to re-examine that special exception, and we can actually revoke the special exception if they're continually not adhering to the conditions. So I was wondering if that's also the
I'll
same
ask
in the
that question
county.
for
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate it. I think that's it. I really, again, we're not opposed to necessarily to the use. The landowners are very nice people. However, since it goes with the land, we just really would like to protect our asset and make sure that things are done in the right way.
All right, thank you very much.
So much.
Does anyone else like to come forward?
Good evening, Board. Chelsea Herbert. I reside at 1965 Old Hawk Creek Road, just down the road from this parcel. Just a couple of concerns that I have. The first is I would agree with Lynn's sentiment that I would like to see this, if it's granted, only stay with this applicant and not stay with the property. I think when you're putting a commercial operation such as this in an area that is clearly residential rural estates, I know that the land that is in between us and US 1 on Old Hawk Creek Road has future development plans currently. And so when that happens, I think there may be a different feeling from these residents if they were to gain access from US 1 through that project. I think our main concern is probably that they're going to gain access from that property down that 3,100 foot long woods road, and they're gonna come out onto Old Hawk Creek Road. And if you pull that up on a map, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that that's a rural estate area. There's homes all up and down. It's all ag. And so I think my biggest concern, and probably my neighbors too, is that constant heavy truck traffic. So I know that the applicant said that they plan to use it for their own operation, and I'm not doubting that's true. But to come back and say that it would be beneficial during a storm means that it could potentially be open to other contractors or the public, right? And so that again is just increased traffic. Unfortunately, you know what the resources are like in our public works facility in our community. And given this property tax situation, that's potentially only going to be further strained. I receive 0 services right now from the county or from the city as a property owner on 1965 Old Hawk Creek Road. And I have to mow my own ditch and in front of my fence and the right-of-way because the county just does not have the people or the equipment to keep up with it. And so I'm concerned if we can't mow grass, what are we going to do about the maintenance of Old Hawk Creek Road? I think I know because I was a contractor on that project, that it was constructed for a rural area and not built for heavy truck traffic. And you're talking about loaded trucks coming in and out of there. So agree with Lynn that I'm not anti that business being in our community. I think that it's a necessity and they provide a good service and they're good people. I'm just concerned about them accessing on and off Old Hawk Creek Road and would love to see them actually partner up with maybe the industrial park to access off of US 1. And then again, if you do grant it, consider only leaving this with the applicant, not with the property, maybe even putting a timeline on it where you could revisit this in 5 years if it has an expiration. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Excuse me. You mentioned the adjacent property. There are development plans for the adjacent property?
I may be incorrect, but I think this property is surrounded by what has been recently rezoned as L1.
What is that, industrial?
Yes, sir.
So there are plans to,
I can't speak to those specific plans. I'm just
What city is that in? Is that the city of Benel?
in Benel.
That's that big DRI.
oh, I got you, okay.
So I'm making the assumption that in the future,
Well-
their access would come from US 1.
Just while you're
The
there.
industrial stuff would come from US 1, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
Well,
I'm looking
hang-
at Lynn
The
'cause
applicant will get a chance to rebut, so you'll be up here in just one second. Okay. Just to, I think, answer the question while you're standing there, a couple people asked this, so while they're there, I'm just gonna, to make a special exception with the applicant and not the land is not part of our process, right? And can that be can we put that kind of regulation on it or not?
Yes, and you have previously, I would just caution you in the wording of the condition as to what triggers that. The reason I say that is we've had them before where it was transferred from an LLC to a manager of the LLC, and that specifically triggered the special exception condition to where it nullified it. So I just want to make sure that the condition is clearly worded as to what conveyance would
But we can limit
nullify.
it.
But
we
you
limit it
can,
to this owner.
Correct.
And to.
Yard waste.
Vegetation associated with land clearing only. We can do that.
yes, it's special condition, I mean, special exceptions can be conditioned as you see
Okay.
fit.
Thank you, Chelsea. Okay, and anyone else in the public like to step forward?
Am I okay to go?
Sir? Remember, we have to speak on this item, not the previous item. Okay.
And Enrique Brenes with 1500 Hudson Allen Road. I understand you guys already bid the bullet with one. And by you allowing another one, it's just going to create more problems. And like the gentleman spoke, the fire would be an issue. The traffic is another issue. You obviously ignore my thoughts on my property, but it's the same thing. It's going to be another issue with this because it creates a lot of traffic. It destroys the road. At least their road is paved. Our road is not paved. And I will hold the county accountable for what they're going to be doing. This is a mistake that you guys made.
Thank you, sir. Okay, any other members of the public like to come forward? Seeing none, I will close public comment and open it back up for rebuttal from the applicant. If you'd like to step forward, sir. I don't know if you made a list or whatever of some of the concerns. If not, I can help express them to you.
Any help will be useful, that's for sure. But just real quick, I just want to verify that it's not open to the public. I mean, it's just for our use, for my local construction company. Just to make that clear. And as far as the one gentleman said, hey, just use the neighbor's not going to just let me use his without a cost. And that's what I'm trying to avoid now is the cost. That way my business can keep moving forward and not go under with the times that we are right now with the fuel costs and all that. I mean, everyone's struggling. It's just what it is. For the road maintenance and the site plan, you can see that we have an area designated for stockpile for road maintenance material to keep up with the easement going through there. And as one of the people mentioned, everything around us is zoned light industrial. So if it happens today or if it happens tomorrow, everything else around us is going to be built up either bigger or smaller than what we got going on. Because right now, the only thing we want is to do organic material, tree debris for my personal land clearing company. That's it. So if you have to put a special exception on that we can only bring land clearing debris in there and organics and, grass and stuff like that, I'm fine with that.
What
I
about,
have no issue with that at all.
what about access from US 1 instead of Hawk Creek Road?
That's not, I don't have an easement through US 1.
Okay.
Or, I would love to.
Let
I
me
would truly love to.
address that if I can, and I don't know how we would possibly do this, but, only if we had some members of the Benel PZA with us, if we only had that. But when the time comes that that development starts to go for their site plans, and they start, right now they just got a big PUD on this whole thing. But when they go that, would you have any problem with a restriction that says if that easement is granted through those property owners in the city of Benel, you would vacate this easement only use it for emergency?
Absolutely. If I could use US 1, I wouldn't use Hog Creek, I
Right,
promise
it
you.
would save you money.
Yeah, it'd
and all
save me a
that.
lot of time.
Right. I just think that it's not even in our jurisdiction, so we can't even ask staff
Yeah.
to look out for that. But if you're willing to commit to the most logical solution, which would be when and if that access is available, and when the city of Benel is doing their site plans, they could put that on a requirement, and we can't make them do that. But if they were to do that, then you would then agree voluntarily and through this action to vacate the one, and again, only for emergency access, and use the other one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that might, so the issue of it being not with the land and being, normally our special exceptions are with the land and being with the applicant, how do you feel that could work in your favor or not?
Not to throw rocks at the person in front of me, but he went through with the same thing and didn't have to do that.
I understand.
I mean, I have kids, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to do this forever. I don't want to have to pass it down to them, and then they got to worry about something.
The applicant is not you, right? It's your company,
Yes, sir.
correct? So it's the company we're doing this to, not you.
Yes, sir.
So how do you feel about your company being the only company? I'm asking you a question.
I hate to say it, but it don't sound very fair to me.
Okay.
I mean, I'll do what I have to, but it don't seem right.
Okay, that's a fair response. Stormwater engineering, is your surveyor, you're also your engineer?
I'm not going to answer that question.
And I am assuming he's a licensed engineer?
Yes, sir.
Dan?
If you want me to speak to it, I can.
Yeah, I mean, you are.
Yeah, we'll take care of that. Then we'll make sure that there's no adverse impacts, either on-site, off-site, or cross-use of waters. We'll make sure there's no adverse impacts to the surrounding properties. We'll make sure that he handles everything internally. And actually, one of the better approaches to this large pond, it allows dipping for helicopters and all that in the event that they have area fires. One of the problems we had in the past was there's nowhere the helicopters could dip. And I literally sat there last year when our ranch was on fire and watched the helicopter slam his bucket into a pine tree and shatter his bucket over our head, 80 feet in the air. It scared the bejeebers out of all of us, but there was nowhere else he could dip. He was trying to get water wherever he could, and he destroyed the bucket. This gives him the ability to, and that was personally, I stood there and watched him do it. The fire guy was like, well, he just screwed $2,000. He didn't use the word screwed, but he said, really shot $2,000 time he hit that tree with that bucket. This gives the helicopters a chance to dip in a larger pond. They can then leave from there and go put fires out.
Okay. We had, this is partly you, but actually going to go back to staff because I just want to reiterate how this works. And we asked this the last time, the code violation. If the applicant does not maintain the road to a fire rated standard, that's what you're asking them to do, correct? Simone?
Correct.
Okay. So as a code violation, if they don't do it, then somebody would complain, most likely the people, people on the road, and then you guys would come out and cite them, and if they don't take care of it within, I guess, a reasonable amount of time, this doesn't last for months just to get the violation out there, correct? Okay, and then they would not do it, and they just, they're just complete a-holes or something, and they're not doing it. You saying that you then would put code fines on them, but they're making a lot of money and they just keep paying the fines and not maintain the road. So is our only remedy just to fine them?
We can lien them as well, but if they pay
they pay the fines.
then yes, that's correct. And to the earlier speaker's point, there's nothing in our code that allows us to go back to a special exception and revisit it or revoke it if there's a violation that I'm aware of. The only method for enforcing special exception conditions is through the code enforcement
And there's,
process.
and in code, and the only code remedy is fining. Chuck?
So because this is fire code, the fire department, the fire marshal has a hammer for this also. So he can use his ability to force them to comply because it's fire code.
And that's both applications we just heard.
That's correct. We would consult, we would tell him what's going on, him or the department, and they would make a determination of what their action would be also.
Okay. That has to go with the road maintenance, with the heavy trucks. We talked about the US one. And just to, I think I know what your method is, but you tell me your incinerator process. Are you using like an enclosed steel container and putting the fire inside there? That,
When we get going, we will, but right now, we're gonna use an air curtain and a trench.
what is the air curtain?
It's basically the same thing as a steel incinerator, but it's built out of dirt and a hole in the ground until we get going good, and then we're gonna go to the incinerator. That's why it says air curtain and trench, and it also says a grinder on there for seasons that are not feasible to burn in. That way our pile does not get too high.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions for the applicant?
What of the concerns of the neighboring ranch operation and some protection for their livestock from access to the roadway? And
Right.
I think she talked about fencing or something along those lines.
Yes, I forgot to bring that.
So,
That was number one on my list. I forgot to bring that up.
Okay, so can you fence in your access
Yes, me and Ms. Lynn talked about it already.
from
about-
wherever you get off of a county access road all the way down the easement?
Yes.
And you'd be willing to do that?
We, like I said, we discussed it, how we need to work it out and all that.
Okay.
We talked
So
about
that can be a condition if
We can
just a
add that as a
pleasure.
condition as well, right? I mean, we did that with the hotel. We made them put a fence in.
You can certainly add it as a condition. It is not your obligation, though, to enforce private property covenants.
No, I understand that.
No, but
I understand that. But
but-
we do have a forward look toward preserving the character of the neighborhood and that sort of stuff. That language is in our code.
He's been in conversation
that's
with the
correct.
landowner around him.
Yeah, I think, as the speaker said, though, that we would not, we don't want to have a negative effect on the neighborhood, so that would be, if that was out there already, it wouldn't, to codify it as an exception would make sense. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank
Unless
y'all.
you had anything else. Did you have anything else?
No, sir, that's
All right. Okay, I'm going to close the rebuttal and bring it back to the board.
Yeah, it's an eye opener. After listening to both these applications, since we're a planning board, we should be planning a little bit further out instead of doing knee-jerk reactions, in my opinion. You're going to end up having multiple people who need this sort of way of disposing of their product. And if you have one guy here, another guy there, another guy another place doing it because there's no such thing out there happening. I mean, right now, from what I understand, all the garbage in Flagler County is transferred someplace else.
You're talking about, that's the solid waste with people.
I call it solid waste. Okay. I know this goes off the topic. Where is it going? I mean,
Giant landfills in other places.
Giant landfill.
In other
So
places.
eventually, we will end up having a giant landfill in Flagler County also, most probably. I'm just, like I said, it's an eye-opener to myself, and it's kind of disturbing. Just a personal observation.
Can we hear you?
There was an incinerator in Lake County that took debris and solid waste, but no one used it, so they shut it down. They dismantled it because we wouldn't send our trash there because it was too expensive. So now we bury our stuff in these humongous mountains.
Right.
When you talk about these landfills, they're lined, they have gas off valves and whole nine yards. They treat the leachate and the titrate that comes out of it under very strict rules, and they send it out to like Louisiana to reprocess it. It's a process, and they're huge. They make 200-foot mountains of trash. It's kind of gross, but they feed a lot of seagulls.
But we're not talking about
I
a
know.
solid waste.
Yeah, that's a
We're
whole,
not-
that's
You
a,
know-
that's a whole
I got
different-
off the point, but it, I was starting to fall asleep here, but when I started listening more and more, it woke me up. No, I'm just, I'm
No, it's a
honest
whole
with
different
what
deal.
I'm-
This is
it's-
just
It's kind of,
clearing stuff. They clear a lot.
I
They
know,
go
I
out
know, I
and grind it
understand.
up.
It
Yeah.
just, it's,
Your mic is on, isn't it?
is my thing on? Yeah, it's
Okay.
on. I just,
I wish there was a couple things that came up in this one that we did not hear in the other one. First of all, I thought that the other one was, and we're not hearing the other one, but I thought the other one had the limitation to yard waste, because we asked the question, and that's what they said it was. And, to hear that it may not be that way, but the limitation had to do only with a state permit. And I thought I thought that's what the special exception was for. I thought, reading in the document, that's what it appeared to be for. And, everyone can criticize everybody, the concerns of the neighborhood in general, I would rather have heard them in the first item as well, because it all is in that neighborhood. But we're on this one right now, so we have to make a decision here, guys, what we're doing.
Yeah, I share that concern. I mean, a Class 3 landfill includes construction debris. That means dumpster, you're familiar with that. That's not the organic waste that we anticipate, but we can restrict this one to organic waste because we've got assurances both from the applicant that that's all he's wanting to do, and it's just for his own company, clearing company's disposal. I think we can also impose the requirement on him to change the access route to US 1 if and when it becomes available. I mean, we do that with utility hookups all the time. I'll let you do a septic tank now, but when the sewer line comes down, you have to do a hookup kind of thing. So I think we can impose all of those conditions on here, fencing of the access route so that livestock on the adjacent property is protected. And I think that we should impose all of those on this particular request, because that's something that both the neighbors and the applicant appear to agree on. And if they're all in agreement, I think that we could reasonably impose those restrictions. There's still a piece of me, though, that says that running dump trucks down a road that was paved for residential purposes might not be a real good idea. And so I'd like to know how quickly we can get this diverted over to US 1, but I don't know that we can answer that question tonight.
I agree with everything you said, Mr. Connor, except for the last statement about the dump truck, because every residential road has got dump trucks up and down to make them residential properties. So
If they're like my residential road, they got potholes in them.
yeah, they're dirt roads. This one here is a paved road, and like I said, we can't go backwards. I don't think it's fair to penalize this applicant because his application was the second one to be heard. I do know in my business that, in this county is growing. Currently, right now, we're as this applicant mentioned, it's been tough in the construction business especially. A lot of business has been hurt due to a lot of factors. And, but it will grow again. It'll, we'll be putting subdivisions. The one subdivision right there, the project right now that talked about in Benel, that project alone is going to require places like this to do what they do. And it would be great if the county could work with the city, with those accesses, because it would be great. And if he's willing to do those, exceptions, I mean, I think I have no problem with trying to, in the parity of not treating one different, to do that, to give this access, to give this one with that, if you were going to make a motion. Does anybody else have any comments, concerns, thoughts? Dan, are you making a motion? No, you're not, are you? Does anyone want to make a motion? Mr. Connor, are you going to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Can we go back to the conditions and add to options for the board these conditions, that it be tied to this company and not run with the land, that it be conditioned on the restriction that it is for land clearing disposal only, not all of the types of
Organic material is,
done under-
organic material is what you're looking for.
Right.
Organic material.
Organic material, okay. Land clearing and organic material, yard waste and that sort of thing. But not all of the other things that are included under a Class 3 permit, that the applicant, on approval, has to connect to a right-of-way through to US 1 as soon as that becomes available, and that the access route from Old Haw Creek be fenced or otherwise protected as to the adjacent properties and their use for livestock. So to these A through K, add those conditions, and I make a motion that we approve on those terms.
I'll second that.
If staff could clarify, that would be an amendment to condition K, that the condition will run with the applicant, not with the land, and then adding the M to connect to US 1 as soon as possible, and then N to fence the property. We would just ask that you clarify what kind of fencing.
Correct.
Mr. Connor, may I offer a slight change to your amendment in the item of the limiting it to the applicant? I think I would give this applicant a chance to maybe deed or name this property, maybe one time into another name. He may want to have a name that he could then pass on to his family in a corporation, LLC. Allow him, because right now he's come in here without that prior knowledge. And then,
Yeah, I mean.
you know what I'm saying? So if this particular applicant wants to deed it one time into a name that would be,
I think if we're going to explore that, then do it like we do it in estate planning, or do it like we do in real estate restrictions. So like a due on sale clause that says that you can't transfer the property without paying off the mortgage, but you can transfer it to another family member, or you can transfer it to a close-held corporation or trust or that sort of thing. So I think we could impose those kinds of limitations on that he can make in a one-time transfer or otherwise, but it be to a family member or a closely held entity, not to a third party that's going to come in with all the capital to turn this into a real landfill. Yeah.
The current property is in an LLC, and there's no reasonable way for staff to determine what is or is not a close entity.
And one more.
Well, yeah, that's not true, because the close entity is, you just look up on Sunbiz, who is the owner of the properties.
So the managers of the LLC can be changed anytime.
Yeah.
And-
Well,
and-
closely held entity is a term of art, so that
Well,
has
I
a
mean,
definition.
that LLC can remain owner and the managers can change. I don't know if we can restrict that because it's an LLC like some.
Well, I think the managers could be able to be changed, because like he says, if as he, I mean.
That's not a conveyance.
As he ages, he's going to want his
But
children.
That's not a conveyance of the property, that's a change in the LLC managers.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. That's all, to give him an opportunity to, that's why I said the one time he's walking in, I don't know how it's titled. He may decide to have this its own corporation instead of his land clearing corporation. He may decide that, whatever. He'd give him the opportunity to make that legal move versus tie his hands in a way that he doesn't have it. As the lawyer was saying, be careful how you do that, because you may be an unintended consequence of not allowing him to use his, to properly exercise his rights on his property.
Well, a family member or closely held entity has, that's a legal term of art that any lawyer or judge would know what that means.
Yeah, I
So if we
think
put
that
that
makes sense.
language in there.
Yeah, I think that makes
That
sense to
means that
me.
he can take it and turn his LLC into a trust, or he can take the trust and turn it into a corporation, or he can transfer the property to his wife, or he can transfer it to his children. That's what we're talking about. And I think that that's the concept that we're
Yeah,
talking about.
I think so. And Mike, you agree with that?
I agree to that.
Okay. Do we have any other discussion? Well, now we got a motion. Do we have any discussion on this motion? Okay, hearing no other discussion. Hannah, we'll do a vote.
I think for the sake of the minutes, I would just like to clarify that your condition was that the special exception run with the applicant, a family member, or a close related entity. Is that how you phrased it?
Correct.
Connor?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So then the motion on the floor is to approve Anthony Lombardo,
Yeah.
Michael Goodman, Timothy Connor,
Yes.
Michael Boyd,
Yes.
Mark Langella.
Yes.
The motion does carry unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are now done with all of the applications. It's staff comments, number 14. Chuck? None? Okay, I saw you getting up. I thought you had like a 20-minute brief for us or something.
I'm ready to leave.
Okay, any board comments? Everyone's totally bored, okay. Anyone in the public like to step forward and make a comment? You can, you just cannot do it on an item we've already heard or one we are going to hear. Seeing no one in the comment come forward, I close public comments. Could we have a motion to adjourn?